Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the opening ceremony of ICOICT 2020 in no minutes.
Now it's I can connect.
I'm as a attend.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the opening ceremony of ICOICT 2020 in no minutes. Before starting this event, I would like to announce you several information regarding to the conference instruction. Webinars are designed in listen-only mode, so by default, all of the attendees are muted by the organizer. As organizers, we would like to ensure that the conference conducted smoothly and productively. And following the keynote speech session, there will be a short Q&A session led by the moderator. During the keynote speech, you are welcome to deliver your questions by typing your questions on the questions box or chat box in the right side of your screen. The moderator will select and ask the questions during the Q&A session. We understand that there might be a very limited time to ask the questions, and we will make sure that the moderator will deliver the questions complementarily and also hopefully based on the first question submitted. The organizer will have the ability to unmute the participants if it is needed to elaborate their questions. And please note that due to the limited Q&A session, attendees may want to discuss with the speakers offline. You do not need to announce your arriving or leaving session. And last but not least, we would like to invite each and every one of you to picture your time, to take a picture of yourself during the conference and upload your picture to your social media like Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook by using the hashtag of ICOICT 2020. So ladies and gentlemen, we will start the opening. Honorable President of Telkom University Indonesia, Professor Dr. Adi Wijaya, Dean of School of Computing, Telkom University, Indonesia, Dr. Abdurrahman Baizal, SSE, MCom, Dean of Faculty of Information, Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Lau Xiong Ho. I do apologize if I mispronounce your name, Professor. Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Triyono, SU. And it's also an honor for me to announce you that among us here today, we have distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Hiroshi Murase from Nagoya University, Japan, Professor Yukihiro Kubo from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, Dr. Ardasena Sopa Heluakan from the Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or BMKG, inspiring tutorial speakers, Associate Professor Dr. MD Sohel Sayed, Ibu Yunita Sari PhD, Bapak Idam Ananta Timur STM.com, Bapak Tom Hert Suprapto Siadari STM Eng, Dr. Inch Muhammad Haris, Dr. Lim Kian Ming, Chair of ICOICT Indonesia Section Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko, the representatives of the Signal Processing Society Indonesia Chapter, General Chair of ICOICT 2020, Dr. Emma Rahmawati, TPC Chair of ICOICT 2020, Bapak Bayu Evianto and team, and of course, distinguished lecturers, presenters, and attendees from all over the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we would like to welcome each and every one of you to the opening ceremony of the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT 2020, Wednesday, 24th of June 2020. I'm Yein Hamida. It is an honor for me to serve you as the master of ceremony for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT 2020, is an annual event. We have been conducting this event since 2013. In 2013, 14, 16, and 18, the ICOICT was conducted in Bandung, Indonesia. While in 2015, we conducted the conference in Nusa Dua Bali, Indonesia. As we have been working together with Multimedia University Malaysia since 2017, in 2017 and 2019, we are so glad that we had a chance to conduct this event in Malaysia. And this year, under the theme of leveraging ICT for disaster resilience and sustainable development, the 8th ICOICT 2020 is organized by Telkom University Indonesia, Multimedia University Malaysia, and Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia in association with the IEEE Indonesia section and the IEEE Signal Processing Society chapter. The 8th ICOICT 2020 was firstly planned to be conducted in Yogyakarta, the home of the intellectual academicians and the city that is known as the City of the Students, in which you can find many educational institutions there. Unfortunately, due to the coronavirus outbreak, this event is conducted in a virtual conference. However, no need to worry. The committee have been working so hard to make sure that each and every one of you can have the best experience during the event. So ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to this international conference, we would like to show you the video on the journey of ICOICT. So please enjoy the video. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we would like to say once again, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 8th ICOICT 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start the function. As the host of this conference, the General Chair of IEEE, the General Chair of 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology 2020, Dr. Emma Rahmawati will be delivering the welcoming speech. Dr. Rahmawati, time's yours.
Sorry. Wait. Thank you, Ms. Yayan, for the kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, distinguished speakers. I'm Emma Rahmawati, who serve as chair of the 8th ICOICT 2020. On behalf of the organizing and program committee, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT 2020 on June 24 to 26. This ICOICT 2020 is jointly organized by Telkom University Indonesia, Multimedia University Malaysia, and Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia, in association with IEEE Indonesia Section, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Sorry. Sorry, technical trouble. This ICICT is organized by Telkom University, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Multimedia University Malaysia in association with IEEE Indonesia Section and IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia Chapter. Due to the coronavirus outbreak this year, in the end of April, we decided to institute a virtual conference for the 8th ICOICT 2020. The organizing committee had been working to create a virtual conference that will be valuable and engaging for both presenters and attendees. The full conference format is a mix of pre-recorded and asynchronous engagement and live engagement through question and answer and video calls to provide an opportunity for all participants to become more familiar with the GoToWebinar user interface and general scenario of the virtual conference. We have already conducted the testing day, which was held on last Monday, June 22nd. The technical program of The 8th ICOICT 2020 consists of 3 keynotes, 6 tutorials, 7 tracks on leveraging ICT for disasters, resilient and sustainable development. And we received about 285 paper submissions from 18 countries, out of which 131 papers have been accepted, corresponding to acceptance rate of 45 to 45.9%. All papers have undergone a rigorous peer review process based on their significance, novelty, and technical quality. Every paper was reviewed by at least 3 independent experts, with many receiving even more reviews. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last part of my speech today, allow me to recognize our partners in organizing this conference, Multimedia University and Universitas Gadjah Mada, for their support and commitment. I would like to especially thank the organizing committee. Without the enthusiastic and hard work of a number of colleagues, the 8th ICOICT 2020 wouldn't have been possible. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the technical program committee members and all the reviewers for their dedication. I would also like to thank the keynote and tutorial speakers for contributing to this important part of the program. Last but certainly not least, my thanks go to all the authors who submitted papers and all the attendees. I hope that you will find the programs stimulating and a source of inspiration for future research. I thank you for virtually attending the 8th ICOICT 2020. I extend my warmest congratulations and wish the 8th ICOICT 2020 to be a great success. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Yayan.
Thank you, Dr. Rahmawati. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for us to lend out our ears and open our heart for the inspiring speech, which will be delivered by Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. So let's welcome Professor Dr. Triyono SU. Professor Triyono, time's yours.
The Honorable Professor Adiwijaya, SSC MSc, Rector of Telkom University, the Honorable Dr. Adasena Sopa Beluakan, Indonesian Agency of Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics, the Honorable Professor Hiroshi Murase, Nagoya University, Japan, the Honorable Professor Yukihiro Kubo from Ritsumeikan University, Japan, and my colleague, Dr. Agus Sarjoko, the head of the Department of Computer Science and Electronics. Distinguished professors, keynote and invited speakers, tutors, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, no word should be spoken apart from the gratitude of the presence of Allah for the blessings given to all of us so we can gather in this event in healthy conditions. On behalf of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada, I am delighted to have this opportunity for welcoming you to the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT. As a Dean, I wish to extend a warm greetings to colleagues from the many countries. Welcome to this online conference. We are pleased to welcome you in this conference, which is scheduled to be held in the next 3 days from the June 24th to 26, 2020. This conference is jointly organized by Telkom University Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia, and Multimedia University Malaysia. This online conference offers a good opportunity to enhance international academic exchange on ICT-related topics and to provide a platform for researchers to discuss new problems and solutions. I recognize that this conference is principally designed to enhance the exchange of knowledge and new discoveries in the field of information and communication technology. Gatherings enable the building of productive dialogues between participants of different nationalities. Lastly, I really do hope that this conference will be the right venue to promote collaboration, networking, and continuous exchange of ideas and cross-disciplinary to build a better world for tomorrow's generation. I also hope that the exchange of ideas and insight will be benefit for our young researchers toward more maturity and understanding of various world issues. I wish the participants will get a very fruitful and productive meeting. Have a nice conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Triyono. Distinguished participants and attendees, the next speech will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University Malaysia, Professor Dr. Lau Sheung Ho. Professor Ho, time's yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Yen, Master of Ceremony, Professor Dr. Adi Wijaya, Director of Telkom University, Professor Dr. Triyono, Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Science, Gadjah Mada University, Dr. Abdurrahman Sabaizal, Dean School of Computing, Telkom University, Dr. Rachmawati, General Chair, Telkom University, distinguished keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to have this opportunity to be among you today to make this short speech for the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, in this online conference. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for organizing this conference to provide a platform for all people around the world to exchange knowledge and sharing research finding in a broad scope of coverage of ICT. In this year, the teams leverage ICT for disaster resilience and sustainable development is a coincidence with the COVID-19 pandemic, which highlight how to use ICT to enhance the disaster resilience and sustainable development. ICT are used in many areas to facilitate and accelerate our life as a part of a sustainable development. The use of ICT by citizens after a disaster increase resilience against a disaster. So with that, I hope that next year, this conference will be organized and back to normal with physical face-to-face interactions with many more participants. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you, Professor Hu. The next speech will be presented by the chair of IEEE Indonesia section, Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko. Professor Jatmiko, please proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator, Ms. Ayayin. Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, researcher, professional, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let me thank you to the Dr. Erna Rahmawati as a General Chair of ICT 2020. Also, Professor Dr. Triyono as a Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Professor Dr. Lau Xian Ho as a Dean of the Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University Malaysia. And Dr. Vicky Yosef Surahman as a Chair of Signal Processing Society Indonesia Chapter. And Professor Dr. Adi Wijaya as a Rector of Telkom University for inviting me to give a few words as the opening of this conference. Honorable Professor Hiroshi Morase, Professor Yukihiro Kubo, and Dr. Arda Sena as a keynote speaker, as well as presenter and participant, the 8th International Conference of Information and Communication Technology. As a chair of IEEE Indonesia section, I am glad to welcome you to the ICOICT 2020. Due to this year, even a pandemic situation, ICOICT 2020 will be held as a completely virtual conference. Congratulations. I also want to thank all of you who have joined the conference. And the 8th ICOICT 2020 is organized by Telkom University Indonesia, Multimedia University Malaysia, and Gadjah Mada University Indonesia, and also associated with the IEEE Indonesia section and the IEEE Signal Processing Society Indonesia chapter. I hope ICOICT 2020 will encourage discussion and hope to inspire participants from a variety of themes to start collaboration within and across discipline to the advancement of science. Session will also show important scientific progress and highlight the impact of science. and interesting program at this conference that will allow members to reflect and celebrate our past achievement, update and knowledge, and jointly explore research direction for the future. We hope you will have a productive, enjoyable time and very special conference. Finally, putting together a conference of this size not an easy work. We are grateful to all parties who work together to help us build this very interesting conference program. We hope you will join us to make the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology become a very memorable event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Jatmiko. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our opening speech, which will be presented by President of Telkom University Indonesia, Professor Dr. Adiwijaya, who will also officially commence the 8th ICOICT 2020. Honorable Professor Dr. Adiwijaya, time's yours.
Very good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Hiroshi Murase from Nagoya University, Professor Yukihiro Kubo from Ritsumeikan University, and Dr. Ardasena, it's my friend from Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, BMKG. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am very grateful for having a chance to be part of this conference. This conference reminded me when I was chairman for ICOICT 2013, 7 years ago. Moreover, I'm proud to announce that this conference being conducted along with the cooperation of Multimedia University Malaysia and University of Gadjah Mada. This opportunity to extend warm gratitude to these parties for making this event run smoothly. This event highly gives benefit and big impact, not only for ICT research in Telkom University and Indonesia, but also for around the world. Thank you all for your presence and participation in this conference. You are a very important part of this conference success. The last but not least, I would like to thank to all of the committees, organizers, reviewers of the ICOICT 2020. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Conference of Information and Communication Technology 2020 is officially opened. Enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Adiwijaya. Ladies and gentlemen, by the amazing welcoming speech by President of Telkom University, the 8th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology ICOICT 2020 is officially begun. To celebrate this event, we would like to proudly present to you Telkom University Virtual Choir. Gundul, Gundul, Pacul. Let's enjoy the performance.
Gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul Limpang segani jadi sarata Limpang segani jadi sarata Dasar kowe sakundul Dasar kowe sakundul Ubra Gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul Limpang segani jadi sarata Limpang segani jadi sarata Dasar kowe bocah kudu pola mujian orang Dasar kowe bocah kudu kumidan orang Bocah
Thank you, Telkom University Choir, for the very beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is photo session. We will have 2 photo sessions. For the first photo session, we would like to invite President of Telkom University Indonesia, who will be represented by the Dean of School of Computing Telkom University, Dr. Abdurrahman Baizal, SSE MCom, Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University Malaysia, Professor Dr. Lau Xiong Ho, and Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, who will be represented by Vice Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Ing Reza Pulungan, MSc. To kindly activate your camera or to accept the invitation sent by the host to activate your camera. And once again, we would like to invite Dean of School of Computing, Telkom University, Dr. Abdurrahman Baizal, SSE MCom, Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University Malaysia, Professor Dr. Lau Xiong Ho, and also the Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, to kindly activate your camera or to kindly accept the invitation which has been sent by the host to activate your camera. Once again, we would like to invite Dr. Baizal, Professor Ho, and also Dr. Reza Pulungan, MSc. Okay, so once again, here we already have Dr. Baizal as the Dean of SOU Telkom University and also the representative of OGM Committee, Dr. Azhari, welcome Bapak, and also Dean of FIST MMU, Professor Hu. Now we would like to count 1 to 3. Please make sure that you have your best and most comfortable position as the host will capture your moment. All right, so let's count 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it is a very formal position expression. So what about a less formal expression? We would like to invite all of you again to give a very cheerful smile to give to all of our lovely participants here who have already attained our moment. Like just please imagine that you were in front of them face to face. So what facial expression or what kind of sweeter smile that you would like to give to the participants? Okay. What about saying cheese maybe, or ICO? Okay, ICO. So you are going to have the O for your lips movement. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. ICO. Okay, so that's your expression. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time and attention. And you can kindly deactivate your camera. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this photo session symbolizes the stronger bond of relationship between the 3 universities. And we hope that we're going to have a more challenging, a more interesting and extraordinary events in the following years. And the next session, we would like to invite Chair of IEEE Indonesia section, Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko, the representative of Multimedia University Malaysia Committee, Dr. Ong, the representative of Universitas Gadjah Mada Committee, Dr. Agus Harjoko, and the representative of Telkom University Committee, Dr. Emma Rahmawati, to kindly activate your camera or to accept the invitation sent by the host to activate your camera. Once again, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko, Dr. Ong, Dr. Agus Harjoko, and Dr. Emma Rahmawati to kindly activate your camera. Okay, so Dr. Agus Harjoko unfortunately unavailable right now because he has another activities to do. But maybe we would like to invite Dr. Azhari to come again to activate your camera as the representative of UGM committee. Welcome back, Pak Azhari, Dr. Azhari, to the screen. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we would like to count 1, 2, 3, and we're going to have 2 photo sessions. For the first one, we're going to have the formal one, and you can give your smile to the camera. All right, so let's start. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the host has captured your picture and your moment, but we're going to have the 2 sessions. Please be cheerful. Maybe you can have your hand gesture. It's kind of sarangheo in the Korean movies or something. Or maybe, oh, okay, thumbs up. It's okay. So we're going to have the thumbs up or the expression. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3 for the second photo session. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. And you may kindly deactivate your camera. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that this photo session represents the synergy and cooperation of the increasingly strong academic provisions. We do believe that without both of them, we cannot run this activity or this great event smoothly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the photo session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next agenda, that is keynote speech. Today, we will have 3 keynote speeches, and then I'm going to read to you all that we have the schedule for 3 keynote speeches. For today, we're going to have the first keynote speaker, that is Professor Hiroshi Murase, on the title of Image Recognition for Driving Assistance of Intelligent Vehicles. And then the second keynote speech is that Professor Yukihiro Kubo, entitled Principle of Precise GNSS Positioning and its Applications to Disaster Monitoring Systems in Japan, with the moderator Bapak Wiki Bawaz Almaki, PhD. And the third keynote speaker is that Dr. Ardasena Sopaheluakan, entitled Potential Role for ICT and Science for Strengthening Disaster Resilience in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the first keynote session. The first keynote session on the topic of image recognition for driving assistance of intelligence vehicles. with the speakers of Professor Hiroshi Murase. This session will be led by a very interactive moderator, but first of all, please allow me to read his brief summary of our moderator. So our moderator is Bapak Risnandar, PhD. He is a lecturer and also researcher at School of Computing Telkom University, Indonesia. He pursued his education background, PhD in computer science from Kumamoto University, Kumamoto, Japan. And his research interests are digital forensics, signal and image processing and their applications. And his current activities are reviewer in the ICOICT International Conference on Data Science and its Application, reviewer in the IEEE International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT, and also reviewer and editor in the Journal of Real-Time Image Processing. Wow, what a great, excellent activities. All right, so welcome Bapak Risnandar. So we would like to give the time for you. Please take your time. Time's yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Risnandar. I'm from School of Computing, Telkom University, and I also as researcher at Telkom University. And the other term, I also as researcher at Indonesian Institute of Sciences. And introduction of myself, I'm also an alumnus of Kumamoto University as a doctoral student 2014 until 2017, and with funding from the Monbuka Gakuso Scholarship, and also I have taken as a fellowship award at the Young Reader Fellowship from Monbuka Gakuso Fellowship as well. Good morning, Haji Professor Murase Sensei. I would like to invite you to coming here for the first keynote speaker today. Good morning, Murase Sensei. Ohayo gozaimasu.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Hajime ni watashi wa no bunbuka gakuso o sogakin o ukete Kumamoto Daigaku hakushikate no gakusei ni juju yonen tara ni juju anana nen no sotsugyo sei deari bunbuka gakuso firosipu no yang uredai report Ferosipu puro guruamu mo juko shite imasu. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Hi, good Japanese. Good, thank you.
I would like to mix for your enjoy and slow for this ICOICT 2020. And before we start our your speech, I would like to read your curriculum vitae. The complete name, Professor Hiroshi Murase. He is professor at Graduate School of Informatics, Nagoya University, and the education background, PhD in Electrical Engineering from Nagoya University, Japan. And he also his research interest in computer vision, pattern recognition, multimedia information recognition, and its application. And don't forget, he also have many awards. In 1994, IEEE CPPR Best Paper Award, and 1996, IEEE ICRA Best Video Award. In 2004, IEEE Transaction on Multimedia Paper Award, and so on. And the last one in 2020, medal with Purple Ribbon from the government of Japan. Maybe this is your brief of your curriculum vitae. And before we start, also I would like to read about the rule of your video virtual keynote speaker. We start at 8:50 until 9:50 Indonesian times, or 10:50 until 11:50 Japanese time. Kaishi jikoku wa hachiju jinhan kara kyugoji nishi Indonesia jikan des. Hajimeru mae ni kyo no kicho koen no ruro o yomitai to omimasu. Kichokoi no Goke Jikan wa Ichijikan des presentation Yonjubu Muson to Kaito Nijubu Arubai. Arigatou gozaimashita. Before we start, I would like to read the rule of the keynote speaker today, that the total time of keynote speaker for you is 1 hour, which is presentation for 3 minutes, and the question and answer 20 minutes, if any question and answer. Now, your presentation is start, time is your. Korede presentation ga kaisisa remashita ikanwa murase sensei sida ides. Hai dozo.
Hi. Okay, for my part.
Start.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Hiroshi Murase. I'm from Nagoya University, Japan. Today, I will talk about image recognition for driving assistance of intelligent vehicles. I think the traffic situation is different in different countries and places. So traffic situation in Indonesia is different from that of Japan. However, I believe the idea in many parts are common. So please imagine the traffic situation in Japan when you are listening. Please look at this video. This is a common scene in Japan when driving. Actually, this video was taken in Nagoya City. This is the output result of semantic segmentation, which segmented people, cars, and other surrounding objects. And it shows the dangerous pedestrian using red color. Drivers should be careful to the crossing pedestrians. This video is a different version of the recognition results. Please look at right down corner. This shows suggested foot pedal operation. When a pedestrian is crossing the road, we should press the brake pedal, and at the next timing, we should press the axle pedal. To get such results, accurate recognition of surrounding environment through image processing is necessary. First, let me introduce the concept of a driver assistance system. Please look at this picture. The left blue car is own vehicle. In Japan, car goes in the left lane. There are parked vehicle, small kid, and blind spot. In this situation, first, human driver looks at those objects and predicts many risks. For example, a parked car might suddenly start moving. The kid might be running toward the road. A car might be coming from a blind spot. However, drivers cannot move his car to the right lane because there is an oncoming car. Human driver controls the trajectory and speed according to this situation. Driving intelligence is the optimal solution for these tasks calculated by machine. These tasks means perception, decision, and driving operation. The driver assistance system focuses on the difference between human driving and optimal solutions. This system assists the driver to drive safety and reduce the driving load.
Our university, Nagoya University, have a project regarding intelligent mobility. The mission of the project is to build a mobility society for the elderly people. This video shows the demonstration of our project. This system will assist the driver of this car by recognition of the pedestrian and vehicle's location on the map. I will introduce the background of this project. Accident rate of the elderly drivers is increasing every year. One reason is that the physical ability of the elderly people is declining. The second reason is that the percentage of the elderly people is increasing. This pie chart shows the percentage of accident reasons. 83% of the accident was caused by perception problem. This means recognition or perception ability of the elderly people is decreasing. So driver assistance systems, including image recognition, are important for the future society.
This graph shows that driving physical ability for elderly driver is decreasing. One of these abilities is glare sensitivity. This means that the headlight of oncoming vehicle at night can interfere with a driver's visual abilities. Elderly people have only 30% of this ability, being young people. This image shows effective visual field of elderly people. Effective visual field of the people of over 65 years old is very narrow compared to that of young people. The third ability is focus adjustment. The elderly people are unable to adjust the focus from far away to near. The lenses in their eyes are inflexible. Decreasing of these driving abilities can sometimes cause driving problems. Recognition of surrounding environments by computer might help these problems. For example, pedestrian detection, vehicle detection, weather recognition, and so on. First, we take an example of pedestrian recognition. Recently, the accuracy of image recognition has become very high. Especially end-to-end framework becomes popular. Deep learning algorithms like CNN have made it possible to achieve an end-to-end framework. This approach is realized by a unified network, including feature extraction and discrimination. As a result, good feature extraction and good discrimination-based results are automatically constructed. Every year, new types of deep neural networks have been proposed, and its accuracy is improving. And quite nice recognition accuracy was achieved today. However, to realize this approach, we need big learning data. So we should collect large quantity of learning data with class levels. There are two approaches to enhance the learning data. One approach is generation approach. Data augmentation is one simple way. This method is generating by simple deformation of the original labeled data, such as affine transformation. Next way is model-based generation of original labeled data. Other way is generation by computer graphics or generation by generative deep neural networks. Actually, recent trend, GAN called generative adversarial network is in this class. The other approach is to collect from the real environment. Here, we show one method called retrospective learning. First, I will show you an example of model-based generative learning for the traffic sign. This video shows the idea of our method. Please take a look.
Recognition of a traffic sign captured from an in-vehicle camera is difficult because it is mostly low in quality. To recognize such low-quality images accurately, it is effective to train the recognizer beforehand with low-quality images. In existing methods, the training images are collected by capturing actual signs in various conditions. However, the cost of capturing a large number of training images for all kinds of traffic signs is very high. So we have developed a new method for generating training images without actually capturing images in various conditions. We call this method generative learning. To generate training images similar to real captured images, we define 6 generation models reflecting the intensity of image degradation while capturing. The main factors responsible for degrading image quality are inaccurate clipping, the aspect ratio, blurring, jiggling, rotation, and low resolution. The 6 models deal with each of these problems individually. Degradation of each model is controlled by its parameters. For example, when we change the blur parameter, images are generated like this. Combining such models, we can generate a large number of training images that reflect image degradation and transformation in the real world. This video shows the result of traffic sign recognition with a recognizer.
If we take an example of pedestrian, only these 6 models are not enough. For pedestrians, there are various poses, crossing, and so on. Collecting learning samples of various variation is more difficult than traffic signs. We introduced deformation models called statistical morphing. This is a flow of generation of virtual pedestrians. We segment pedestrian area from input image. For shape part, we generate new contour from original contour using statistical shape model. For texture part, we use morphing. We deform the texture based on drawn triangulation and put this texture on generated shapes. Then we add background image and the final learning samples are generated. These images are original input images and generated virtual images. After we add these virtual images to the original learning samples, recognition accuracy has been improved. The next topic is about methods for collecting learning samples from the real environment. Let me show you retrospective learning. We want to collect low-quality images with class labels in the real environment. When objects are far away, the image resolution is low, and image quality is poor. However, if my car is moving forward, these objects come closer, and these images are high resolution and high quality. These images can be recognized easily by a computer. Usually, the object is smoothly moving in the image, so it is easy to track the object. By combining these 2 methods, we can collect low-quality images with class labels. These methods are composed of 3 steps. Detect reliable sign images with initial discriminator. 2. Track time in reverse direction and collect various images. 3. Reconstruct the detector using the collected learning images. The next topic is about driving area extraction using collection of learning data from previous driving. Driving area is this yellow area, which is a place we can drive. Sometimes this trajectory and sometimes this trajectory. This area is depending on road shape, pedestrians' location, parked cars' location, and so on. We solve this problem using semantic segmentation. However, collecting learning samples for semantic segmentation is not easy. So we take many examples from previous driving and use this data as learning data for semantic segmentation. At road cross point, these driving areas are changed by the direction that the car is going. For example, turn left, turn right. So additionally, navigation information is added to this surrounding environment information. This is a flow of semantic segmentation for driving area. We add the navigation information like this picture. This video shows results of estimating driving area. Next, let me show you attribute recognition of a pedestrian. Walking with smartphone is a social problem in Japan. I'm not sure in Indonesia. These pedestrians don't care about their surroundings, so they are very dangerous for car drivers. Recognition of these attributes is important. However, it is not easy to discriminate between normal walking and smartphone walking, especially if you look pedestrian from far distance position. However, the smartphone walking has a specific pose, angle of neck, and position of arm is specific. We use pose motion using open pose and detect smartphone walking. The next topic is about general obstacle detection. So far, I'm showing a learning-based method. However, learning-based method has a limitation. If the target object is pedestrian, cars, traffic sign, it is not a problem. However, objects that are not learned cannot be recognized. Here, we propose a new approach for detecting obstacles. The idea is detecting objects based on a difference from a past images. First, we store a past image from in-vehicle camera. For example, this image is a past image. If this image is a present image, we can notice that this car is a new object, and it might be an obstacle. And many drivers run same road every day, for example, going to supermarket, going to his office, it is easy to take and keep these frequent seen images. Then we calculate difference between present image and past image. And we can detect this as an obstacle. This image shows results of detection of general obstacle by difference from the past on the road. This video shows a stopped vehicle. This is not a land object. And this video shows detection of triangle cone by our method. Estimating driver's viewing state such as visibility is also important. The next topic is about visibility estimation of drivers. This is estimation of which objects we might overlook. Recognition accuracy has been improved recently. If all recognition results are given to the driver, it is too much information. As a result, driver's frustration is caused by the distraction. If visibility of the object is estimated and the object is related to the risk, the system can give selective message only when driver might overlook. For example, these traffic signal images are taken in many environments. If background is complicated, the visibility is low. The goal is to estimate the visibility of a traffic signal by image processing. Please look at this video. This is 2 seconds short video of driving scene from driver's viewpoint. Please pay attention to this video. 3, 2, 1, start. Which objects did you recognize? This is a scene you looked. Probably many of you can recognize this red pedestrian because this pedestrian is moving large and prominent color and location near the center of the site. In this case, almost all drivers noticed this object, so the assistance system does not need to warning or lower warning level is enough. On the other hand, did you notice this pedestrian? I think some of you could not notice this person because color is not prominent. Moreover, the left person is too prominent, and our attention is given to the left person. However, this person is waiting at the pedestrian crossing mark, so we should stop for this person. We proposed visibility estimation method for each object or pedestrian. We construct regression framework. Here, inputs are number of pedestrian, size, distance from surrounding pedestrian, movement feature, and so on. We can get visibility score from this framework. This is an example of estimated visibility. Visibility of this pedestrian is high, and visibility of this pedestrian is low. Now, we include human eyes characteristics. Central visual field has numerous cone cells. Cone cells are sensitive to color and fine shape, and sensitivity is low when it is dark. On the other side, peripheral visual field has numerous rod cells. Rod cells are sensitive to motion and blinking, but insensitive to color. We can construct more precise regulation model using these human eyes characteristics.
Weather recognition from in-vehicle camera is also important. First topic is recognition of raindrops. Car accident rates dramatically increase in bad weather conditions. One of the rain recognition applications is automatic wiper. Conventional rain sensor is to detect raindrops in a small area at the upper part of the window shield. This small area is different from driver's visual field. This means this sensor is not ideal. Our approach is to monitor the situation of raindrops in whole front window shield. Image feature of raindrop is distinctive. Raindrop image are reflection image of background. This video shows the result of raindrop detection on window shield. The color means the similarity value. In nighttime, we propose a different method for rain recognition. If there are raindrops on the front window shield, there are many small spots around the strong light area because of reflection of raindrops. So the flow of the rain recognition is as follows. First, we detect big light spots. Next, we detect small light spots around big light spots. If it is a fine day, there are no small light spots. We judge the rain situation using this equation. Detection feature is the number of reflection spots around strong light spot over the number of strong light source. If this detection feature is higher than some threshold, we judge rain weather. This video shows the detection of reflection spots. The next topic is about estimation of fog density. Our approach is using in-vehicle camera and millimeter wave radar. Our approach uses both distance of preceding vehicle and its image feature. Assume fog density is the same. If the car is nearby, the contrast of car image is high. But if car is far away, the contrast is low. This situation is modeled by Koshimida's luminance attenuation model. This equation is a model of the brightness by fog. Here, L is observed luminance, LO is luminance of object, LF is sky luminance, K is extinction coefficient, and D is distance. We estimate K, that is fog density, using this Koshimida's model. This video shows the results of fog density estimation. This method classifies into 3 types of fog density: light fog, moderate fog, and dense fog. The application of fog density recognition is automatic fog light or warning system for a driver. The next topic is about estimation of vehicle location. For precise driver assistance such as trajectory control, we need accuracy of 10 centimeters at car location. Accuracy of GPS is not enough for this purpose. SLAM is a reasonable approach for this purpose. SLAM is basically on-vehicle location estimation by matching between sensor data and the map data. 2 types of sensors are commonly used for location estimation. One is laser radar. The other is a normal camera. LiDAR SLAM is technically easy to implement, but LiDAR is not so common sensors. Vision SLAM is suitable for mass market because camera is cheap and camera can be used for many purposes, not only for location estimations. First, I will show you a brief introduction of LiDAR SLAM. This map is around Nagoya University. 3-dimensional information of this area is captured in advance. Please look at this video. LiDAR can take 3-dimensional information around on vehicle. It is easy to estimate on location by matching between LiDAR data and the map information. The next topic is about vision-based location estimation. First example is location by matching between in-vehicle camera images and aerial images. This image is aerial image, and we use this image as a map. This is an image captured by in-vehicle camera. These 2 kinds of image are different types of data because viewpoints are different. We must change the viewpoint by image processing. This video shows an example of vehicle position estimation by matching with an aerial image. In-vehicle camera image is converted to top view image and matching between an aerial image and this converted image. In this example, resolution of in-vehicle camera is 640 by 480, and the frame rate is 30 FPS. Resolution of aerial image is 3 centimeters per pixel. By our experiment, accuracy of 20 centimeters is obtained for vehicle location. In the previous application, we should prepare aerial image as a map in advance. Aerial image should be high resolution and not occluded by other cars. However, high resolution and no occlusion image capturing periodically from airplane is not so easy and costs much. We can construct a road surface image more easily. Our approach is attaching a road surface image to update aerial image using in-vehicle camera images. This picture shows the idea of this method. We overlay a road surface image on an aerial image using image registration. This is an experimental result of our method. Original aerial image resolution is 15 centimeters per pixel, but we construct a high-resolution image by our method. The resolution of this image is 1 centimeter per pixel. The next topic is about location estimation by matching between in-vehicle camera images and street view images. Recently, Street View image database becomes common, such as Google Street View. It is also possible to locate by matching between camera image and partial image in database. We use multidimensional dynamic programming. This video shows a result of matched path in database. Here, we also prepare high-quality image map. We propose a method which removes moving objects from images. First, we run the same road many times. Then we remove moving objects on a route by vector median filter. This is the result of the image. After every run, noise objects are decreasing. I will show you our recent research. It is not a driving application. Final topic is surveillance application for elderly people in home. As I said before, the percentage of elderly people is rapidly increasing in Japan. In many cases, they live alone in their home. We think low-resolution FIR sensor is useful for surveillance elderly people in home. The resolution of this sensor is very low, such as 16 by 16 pixels. So we don't have privacy problems. It is a far infrared camera, so it works even in dark. It can capture human motions such as 60 FPS. First trial is gesture recognition. We detect hand waving from this extremely low resolution. We proposed the method to detect hand waving gesture using dynamic programming. We extend this method to its activity recognition. We take 4 activities: walking, standing up, sitting down, falling. We propose an action recognition system based on deep learning, such as LSTM. High accuracy of activity recognition is achieved from this very low resolution image. If we check the anomaly of the action of elderly people, pose estimation is useful. However, the image resolution is extremely low, so even human cannot see the location of body joints, such as arm joints. Here, we introduce following approach. We take motion images using both sensors, normal camera and FIR sensor. This picture shows our automatic annotation system, which has RGB camera and FIR sensor. Images captured by RGB camera are given to OpenPose software and annotate the FIR images. So we can get ground truth for this resolution FIR image. and we use this data for learning. We use CNN and DNN for pose estimation, and XY location of 21 body joints are estimated. This video shows the estimated pose from this extremely low resolution FIR image. This RGB is reference image and it is not used for pose estimation. I will conclude my presentation. Today, I have shown some of our recent research topics. Thank you for your attention.
Hi. Thank you very much for your well presentation, Murase Sensei. We are very appreciate to your detailed and complete presentation. Yokugo teiji itadaki makoto ni arigatou gozaimashita. Watashi tachi wa Murase Sensei no Sosaito Kanzena presentation ni hijou ni kansa shite imasu.
Yes, thank you very
Murase
much.
Sensei. Hai, Murase Sensei, Muhammad-san ga Murase Sensei no ofisu de no presentation o kyoyu suru otete sudai o shimasu.
Yes.
Hai.
Okay.
I would like to read the question for this time. First, from Bayu-san, he would like to ask the question: since your driving assistant relies on image processing, is there any strategy how to handle the image of pedestrian as well as road sign pertinent to weather condition? For instance, in rainy, snowy, foggy condition. Thank you, Professor. In
Yes,
Japanese, Shitsumon wa Murase-sen.
Okay, I can understand
Shitsu.
the question.
Hai.
Yes.
Hai.
So the question is in bad weather condition, for example, rainy or snow or fog situation. So probably even the computer, it is difficult to recognize pedestrian or something. So actually that is true, but recent image recognition accuracy is higher than human perception. So so that can help people. Of course, very bad weather condition, it is difficult. Recent car has many sensors, not only cameras, for example, milliwave radar or other sensors. So probably combining that sensors information, it is possible to recognize surrounding objects. This right?
Yes, all right. Thank you very much for your question. Well question. And well answered. Sorry. Next to Wiki-san. Since the accuracy of GPS is not enough for vehicle location, is it possible to use INS, inertial navigation system, which can be combined with GPS? GPS no senyu wa saryo no ichi o takute suru no ni jubunde wanai no de. GPS to kumi awa seru kotoga dekuru. Hai.
Yes.
Kiyosuru koto wa kono desu ka?
Yes, it is possible, but actually a recent car navigation system use a combination of GPS and INS. So, but for accurate control of the car in the, for example, road, anyway, GPS has a error in absolute value. So for example, GPS result has some bias to, for example, left position or right position. In that case, INS is an interpolation for GPS information. So original data has absolute errors. In that case, interpolation doesn't work so well. So, but this, yes, in recent technology, we call SLAM, simultaneous location and mapping technology, is compared with the absolute map. So it is very easy to detect the absolute location. Is it okay?
Hi. It's okay. Thank you very much. And then the next question from Beatrice. How can we handle noise data like incorrectly labeled image, blur image, or unidentified image, and so on? Something like that.
How can we handle with incorrection? How can we handle with
wait a moment.
how to handle with pardon, can you repeat the question?
はい、はい、OK。はい、もう一回。ちょっと待ってね。ノイズの追いデータをどのように処理できますか？例えば、正しくラベル付けされていない画像、ぼやけた画像、識別されていない画像など。How can we handle noise data like incorrectly labeled image, blur image, and unidentified image, and so on, like something like this?
I see. So probably that question is for training data. If for training stage, we have many data, but not to have a label. So in that case, or some noise. Anyway, recently semi-supervised learning or weekly supervised learning technique can help that many data, but not have a label. In that situation, that there are many approaches to solve that problem. So is it a correct answer or?
Yes, that's enough and well answered. And next question is, how does your suggestion method to distinguish between the car shadow and also the real car in the prominent color? Suryedo ni Juroku Peiji ni suite Medatsu Irono Doraiba Hyoji Topiku ni Hijo ni Kyomigarimasu.
Okay, so I think
Nijuroku Peiji.
This page.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Wakata. Hi.
Yes, so yes, here human's attention is going to that red pedestrian. So human and computer is different. So I don't know the essence of question, but our approach is humans characteristics. For example, we cannot pay attention simultaneous for many places. So if we pay only attention to red person here, this one, in that case, we miss this person. But this person is important for Japanese. Actually, I discussed with Mahamudo-san from Indonesia. Indonesian people don't care about that people, but in Japan, so crossing sign, if we cannot stop, if we don't stop this position, probably we got we have a violation ticket later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then next question from Esa Prakasa-san regarding the detection of derivable area. Did you incorporate the method with the object pedestrian detection? I saw in your presentation the derivable area is determined by analyzing road image and also the camera location. Soko kano area no kensutsu ni suite taiso mono hokosa kensutsu ni suso otori remashitaka. Purosente so honde wa doro no gazo to kamera no ichio.
Travelable path segmentation, travelable path segmentation.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah.
Can you incorporate?
Hi.
The question is, what is the question? I mean, it is about the travelable. Yeah.
Regarding the detection of drivable area, did you incorporate the method with the object and pedestrian detection? I saw in your presentation the drivable area is determined by analyzing road image and also the camera location. Soko kano area no kensutsu ni suite taiso mono hoko sa kensutsu ni suho o tori remashitaka. Puresente sonde wa doro no gazoto kamera no ichio. Daijoubu desu ka?
Wait a moment. Did you send me some chat or something? No. Is that question?
Question. Hi.
Question. Did you give some chat? No.
Yeah. In Mahmudo-san. Hi. Check who the question. Hi. Gomenasai. Mahmudo-san. Hi, dozo. Onegaishimasu. Mahmudo-san.
I didn't receive the question in my chat.
In your WhatsApp. Sorry.
Sorry.
Gomenasai. Hi.
The detection of drivable area.
Esa Prakasa-san.
Did you incorporate with method with object detection or?
Yes, driving area detection for using semantic segmentation. Yes. So this approach is end-to-end approach. That means many cases. So we take many cases. For example, people usually escape pedestrian area. People usually escape car or some obstacle area. So we accumulate that data, many from the previous driving. So that is the running data for semantic segmentation. In that case, automatically, so driving area is escape from that pedestrian or obstacle or car, like that. Is it answer?
It's okay. Daijoubu desu. Hi. Next to, sorry. From audience.
From audience. Another audience.
Yeah, in English. Hi.
Okay.
The next question is regarding to the point 5 in the driver estimation and activity recognition, how to distinguish between drowsiness people and also normal moving of body.
How to distinguish between drowsiness people and drowsiness people driver in sleepy condition and normal moving, normal movement. How to distinguish between them.
I see, I see. In this presentation, that recognition of driver's situation for like sleepy or something, but
sleepy or something like that. Yeah.
Sleepy or something. So we don't do like that research, but other people, other research people are working on that one. So, for example, recently, face recognition, face parts recognition is very accurate. For example, look at iPad and so I blackboard. I don't know the English. That moving analysis of that motion. That is probably when you are sleepy, that motion is has some special moving motion. So I think that is key to recognize that sleepy or some other driver situation.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you very much for it. Hello, audience. If you have any question, comment, or anything else, we have 2 minute letters for our session of the keynote speaker. Any question, comment, or anything else are welcome. We have remind 2 minutes again for our keynote speaker discussion, question and answer, or anything else. Yes. Hi. And I think this is our last session. But before our session close, I would like to conclude the conclusion from this talking of Murase Sensei. Today, I would like to conclude for the title Image Recognition for Driving Assistance of Intelligent Vehicle as follows. First, this research is very interesting to reduce the accident people, especially for the elder people which has more than 75 years old. This accident is caused by the operation around 7.4%, decision 8.8%, and the perception around 83.4%. And also the decision is caused by the recognition ability such as the glare sensitivity of the elder people. And also this recognition ability concern more method to estimate 5 obstacle criteria. The first is pedestrian vehicle, people with attributes like smartphone, pedestrian shape, which has posture, clothing, and also lighting. And the second one, visibility obstacle, like estimation of driver viewing, like the prominent color of the traffic light. And the third one, the weather recognition, like raindrop, fog density. In this case, Murase Sensei calculate the detection of feature. And the fourth is vehicle location estimation for LiDAR SLAM versus normal camera in vision SLAM for the mass market, and aerial image of versus camera image quality assessment, and vehicle camera image versus Google Street View image. In the road surface, high resolution, and also no occlusion system. And the last one, the driver estimation like behavior, prediction, and road signness, and activity recognition, low resolution for the far infrared image, hand waving gesture, walking, standing, and sitting, and also falling. And this is the last conclusion for me, and sorry to the all audience if we have the limited time for the keynote speaker session today. Before closing, I would like to taking photo together. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, Murase Sensei. Sashin no minasan. Hai. Hai, Chiju. Moikai. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much for your speech here, and now is the closing keynote speaker. And mata arigato gozaimasu, and see you for the next time, Murase Sensei. And I would like to back and return to the Miss Yayen for the moderation. Thank you very much, and bye-bye for this session of the keynote speaker, Murase Sensei. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Okay.
Thank you, Professor Murase, for a very insightful knowledge, especially on image recognition for driver assistance. And also would like to be grateful for our interactive moderator, Mr. Risnanda. So ladies and gentlemen, after having the great first keynote session, now it is time for us to be prepared for the second keynote session. So I would like to read the title of the keynote speaker right now. So the keynote speech, the second keynote speech is on principle of precise GNSS positioning and its applications to disaster monitoring systems in Japan, which will be presented by Professor Yukihiro Kubo. And this session will be led by a very interactive moderator, that is Mr. Wiki Fawaz Almaki, PhD. First of all, please allow me to read his brief curriculum vitae. Dr. Engineer Wiki Fawaz Almaki, STM is a lecturer and also researcher at School of Computing, Telkom University, Indonesia. And he pursued his education background, Doctor of Engineering or Dr. Eng from Graduate School of Science and Engineering, Ritsumeikan University, Japan. And his research interests are digital image processing, signal processing, pattern recognition, machine learning, artificial intelligence, computer vision, and data compression. So his current activities are active in several professional societies such as IEDE or Indonesia Data Scientists Association, ADI or Indonesian Lecturers Association, INAPR or Indonesian Association of Pattern Recognition, and currently he is the head of Multimedia Laboratory School of Computing, Telkom University. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Wiki. Time's yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the organizer. I'm Wiki Fawaz Almaki. Before we start this keynote speech, I would like to bring your attention to the structure of this session. This second keynote speech will now be from 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. The keynote speech will be given in the form of presentation video for 40 minutes, followed by question and answer session for 10 minutes. You could ask questions by typing your question on the chat panel or the question panel. During the presentation, please kindly turn off your microphone. It is my pleasure to introduce you our speaker for today, Professor Yukihiro Kubo. Professor Yukihiro Kubo is a well-known researcher on GPS, GNSS, and INS. He is a professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Ritsumeikan University, Japan. Today, he will speak on principle of precise GNSS positioning and its application to disaster monitoring systems in Japan. As we have limited time for this session, we will immediately start the keynote speech session. Please kindly put your attention to the following presentation video.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. What I would like to talk today is concerned with the principle of precise GNSS positioning and its applications to disaster monitoring systems in Japan. And this is the outline of this presentation. In the first half of this presentation, I will talk about the principles of GNSS positioning. GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite Systems, and US GPS is well known. In the latter half of this presentation, I will talk about two examples of applications of GNSS to disaster monitoring in Japan. First, I would like to talk about the outline of GNSS. First, imagine the applications of GNSS around you. You will find that GNSS supports our society in various situations. Here is a list of some of the examples I came up with. Automotive, agriculture, construction, and so on. And of course, it is also widely used in the field of disaster monitoring and mitigation. Here are two figures. The tsunami observation buoy is on the left, and the cluster movement monitoring is on the right. They will be explained in detail later in this presentation. For now, we can use 6 GNSS systems: the American GPS, Russian GLONASS, European Galileo, Chinese Beidou, Japanese QGSS, and Indian IRNSS, and over about 140 satellites are available in the world. And these systems can be roughly categorized into two types: global service systems and local service systems. Japanese and Indian systems provide their services for mainly covering their countries. However, actually, the satellites are flying high altitude, so coverage area is wide. And for example, it is possible to use Indian satellites in Japan and Japanese satellites in Indonesia. And this color map shows the approximated number of GNSS satellites available in each region of the world. As we can see from this map, we can say that the Asian region is an overcrowded area of GNSS satellites. This picture is the screenshot of the web application GNSS View, which is available in the website of the Cabinet Office of Japan. And with this application, we can check which satellites can be used at the specified position in the world. And this picture shows the satellite at noon, June 24th, today, in Jakarta. We can see that actually 70 satellites can be used in Jakarta now. Okay, next, I would like to talk about the principle of simplest satellite positioning. It is referred to as standalone positioning or point positioning. There are 6 GNSS systems, but in this presentation, I would like to focus on GPS to explain the principle of positioning. In the other systems, their orbits, signal structure, frequency, and so on are slightly different from GPS. But the positioning is based on the common principle. The nominal specification of GPS are shown here. In GPS, there are 6 orbits and 4 satellites are in each orbit. The satellites are flying about 20,000 kilometers above the Earth, and they are going around the Earth in 11 hours and 58 minutes. The satellites transmit the signal on 3 frequency bands, L1, L2, and L5, listed here. The first, roughly speaking, what we can obtain from satellite signals are satellite orbit parameters and the distance between the satellite and the receiver. By using the satellite orbit parameter broadcast from the satellite, the coordinates of the satellite can be calculated in the receiver. The carrier wave from the satellite is modulated by the pseudo-random code individually defined for each satellite. So the signal is the so-called BPSK signal. And the receiver takes the correlation between the signal from the satellite and the signal generated in the receiver. By this operation, the receiver can distinguish the signal from one satellite from another and measure the signal traveling time from the satellite to the receiver. After that, the distance between the satellite and the receiver can be obtained as the product of the measured traveling time and the speed of light. As shown in this figure, the width of 1 bit of the BPSK signal is 1 microsecond. And typical receivers can detect the signal timing with about 1/100th of 1 bit. So in other words, the receiver can measure the distance between the satellite and the receiver with about 1 meter resolution. Generally, the measured distance contains the receiver timing error due to receiver clock bias and its drift. So the measured distance is called pseudo range. After obtaining distances between satellites and the receiver, the coordinates of the receiver are obtained as the intersections of multiple spheres centered on each satellite. Generally, the coordinates of the receiver consist of 3 components, x, y, and z. So you may consider that the sufficient number of satellites to get the position is 3. But as I mentioned before, the measured distance pseudo-range contains the receiver clock error, so this bias error should be also estimated. As a result, we have 4 unknowns in the measurement model, x, y, and z, and b. And we need at least 4 satellites to get the position. And this slide shows an example of results of the standalone positioning. We observed distances to satellites for 2 hours at my university by using surveying-grade high-performance receiver and antenna, and calculated the antenna position for every second. Throughout the experiment, more than 4 satellites were available. So So actually, the least squares method was applied. The left plot shows the horizontal positioning errors with respect to east and north direction. The east and north directions. And the right plot shows the vertical positioning errors. From these plots, we can see that the horizontal accuracy is about 10 meters. However, there exist large errors in vertical axis over 40 meters. And next, I will talk about the cause of the position error. And there are a lot of error sources for the satellite positioning. Satellite orbit, clock errors, ionospheric delay, tropospheric delay, noises, hardware biases, tidal effect, antenna offset, multipath, and so on. As a result, according to the document of GPS performance standard, about 13 meters horizontal accuracy is achieved by GPS standard positioning service. On the other hand, so we can improve the performance by making some efforts. From this error budget, so we can see that the ionospheric and tropospheric delays are dominant error sources for positioning. Therefore, for the ionospheric delay and tropospheric delay, many researchers have proposed ideas to mitigate their effects. And here, I would like to introduce a very simple model to correct them. For the ionospheric delay, the model is expressed as the function of time, position, and satellite elevation angle, and the parameters for this model are broadcast from the satellite. For the tropospheric delay, the model is expressed as the function only satellite's elevation angle. These models are very simple and easy to be applied. And here, additionally, we apply one more effort, that is de-weighting the measurement. The signal from the low elevation satellite is generally more affected by the atmosphere because, as shown in this figure, the signal propagation path in the atmosphere of the low elevation satellite is longer than that of the zenith satellite. So we apply the weighted least squares method and decrease weights for measurements from low elevation satellites. With these simple efforts, the positioning accuracy was improved from the left to the right side. The left side is the results without any corrections. And right side is the results with 3 simple efforts. And from the right side, we can see that the improved accuracy was about 5 meters in horizontal plane and 10 meters for vertical axis. Today's general GNSS receiver can incorporate these methods and can obtain the positioning accuracy like the right side. As we have seen, the performance of standalone positioning can be improved by some techniques. On the other hand, there are methods that can provide more and more improvement. These methods are categorized into so-called precise positioning methods. Next, I would like to talk about precise positioning methods. As I have already mentioned, the error sources of the degradation of accuracy are listed here. So the method to improve accuracy more is very easy. It is just removing these errors as much as possible. The most basic way to realize it is to use two receivers. The satellites are about 20,000 kilometers above the receiver. The ionosphere is 1,000 kilometers above, and the troposphere is about 10 kilometers above. So, if the distance between two receivers is not relatively long, usually less than 10 kilometers, the signal propagation path from the satellite to the receiver is almost the same. Thus, the colored error sources are almost the same in both receivers. Therefore, by subtracting the observations obtained with two receivers, then most of the error sources can be cancelled out. So this method is called relative positioning. By the relative positioning, the relative position between two receivers is obtained. So, if the precise position of one receiver is known prior to the positioning, another position can be obtained with very good accuracy. Furthermore, for precise positioning, in addition to pseudo ranges, another types of observable is used. That is the carrier phase observable. The carrier phase observable is the distance between the satellite and the receiver measured by using carrier phase instead of BPSK code. By using the carrier phase, the resolution of measured distance can be improved to about several millimeters. So, but the main disadvantages of applying carrier phase measurement are that the receiver will be expensive and the positioning computation process will be complicated. But the positioning accuracy can be dramatically improved. Let's see an example. And this slide shows an example of results of relative positioning with utilizing carrier phase measurements. In this experiment, two receivers about 7 kilometers apart were used. And one of the receivers is located at the position with non-precise coordinates, and the position of another receiver was estimated by the Kalman filter. From this figure, we can see that the horizontal accuracy is about 5 millimeters, and about 1 centimeter for the vertical accuracy. The accuracy is dramatically improved. Okay, we have briefly reviewed the principles of the standalone positioning as well as the relative positioning. And we have found that the accuracy can be improved by removing the error sources. So a lot of variations of methods to remove the error sources have been proposed, such as DGPS, KGPS, RTK, and PPP. And next, I would like to talk about the method to improve the accuracy of standalone positioning. It is called the precise point positioning, PPP. The motivation behind the development of PPP was to overcome the disadvantages of relative positioning, such that two or more receivers and some communication links between them should be prepared by users. The idea of PPP is that if collection data are broadcast, then high accuracy can be achieved by standalone. The principle of PPP is that the information of the error sources is generated on the infrastructure side and distributed to the standalone user. Multiple reference stations network is set up in the PPP service area, and the error sources are estimated and predicted by using observation data collected by the reference stations. The generated error collection information is broadcast to users. In the user side, the user can obtain the same effect as the relative positioning by applying the received collection information. The collection information is distributed from satellites or via internet. For example, in Japan, the collection data delivery system called CLAS, Centimeter Level Augmentation Service, is in operation as a public service. In this system, at the control station, the collected data are processed and the collection information are generated. Then it is broadcast from the Japanese GNSS satellite, Michibiki, to the users. The standalone user can improve the accuracy by just receiving the collection information and applying it. This slide shows the overview of QGSS. Its orbit is designed as the satellites can be observed in the zenith direction around Japan, but it can be observed in Southeast Asia and Australia too. By applying the CLAS collection data in areas around Japan, the horizontal accuracy of about 6 centimeters can be achieved for the static environment and 12 centimeters for the moving environment. It is also distributes collection data that can be used in a wide area such as Southeast Asia. Okay, next, as the latter half of this talk, I would like to introduce a disaster monitoring system that uses GNSS in Japan. Here, I would like to introduce two systems. The first one is GNSS reference station network in Japan, which is called GeoNet, the GNSS Earth Observation Network System, constructed by Geospatial Information Authority, the national agency of Japan. This is an example of a reference station of GeoNet. The antenna, receiver, communication equipment, and so on are installed in a pillar like this. And many reference stations like this are placed nationwide. In GeoNet system, a reference GNSS observing station is placed every about 15 to 20 kilometers square region in territory of Japan. So for now, over about 1,300 reference stations are in operation in this network, like this. And the observed data are collected into the master station at Tsukuba, and anyone can use the data. For example, the non-real-time data for every 30 seconds can be available on the web and free of charge. And some companies are operating commercial services delivering the real-time data. And a lot of location services are operated based on GeoNet. For example, the CRAS I have introduced in this talk also generates its collection information based on the data collected by GeoNet. Well, in this figure, it's too fine to understand the distribution of stations. So let's zoom up in this circle area in the next slide. Okay, this is the enlarged view. And here is Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan. And now I'm talking from near here. And from this figure, please look around here. So we can find that in this rectangular region, so this region is a dense area of the GeoNet stations. So because it is well known in Japan that so this area has a high probability of earthquakes, and the observation stations are placed in a focused manner. As I have introduced, nowadays, GeoNet consists of over 1,300 different stations, but it took more than 10 years to develop them. Here is the history of GeoNet. The development was started in 1992, and 2 years later, in 1994, the number of stations was about 200. And in 1995, a big earthquake occurred, the Kobe earthquake. By this earthquake, the necessity of GeoNet was reaffirmed and its development was accelerated. And 11 years later, from starting development in 2003, it reached over 1,200 stations. And of course, the GeoNet is utilized for not only commercial location services, but also public services and academic researches, such as cluster movement monitoring. On March 11th, 2011, a big earthquake occurred in the sea near Japan. The epicenter was here. And this figure shows the movement of Japanese island during one day before and after of the earthquake. It is published by the Geospatial Information Authority. So these results are also based on the analysis of GeoNet data. In this figure, the arrow of this length shows the movement of 200 centimeters. So we can see there are movements of several meters near the epicenter. As the final topic of this talk, I would like to introduce you the GPS ocean wave and tsunami meter developed by Hitachi Zosen Corporation. The body of the meter is shown in this picture. And the details of the buoy are shown here. The buoy has the diameter of about 5 meters, height of 17 meters, weight of 38 tons. And it is designed to withstand wave heights of up to 30 meters and is equipped with a GNSS antenna and receiver, solar panels, and radio communications. And it can observe the wave height, tide level, tsunami, wind speed, and temperature, the barometric pressure, and so on. I would like to introduce a video of the buoy at sea. The structure of this monitoring system is shown in this figure. The GNSS observation data are transmitted from the buoy to the base station. by radio communications. And the precise position and motion of the buoy is obtained by the RTK GPS method, which is a kind of relative positioning method. As a result, so we can observe the offshore waves, tides, and tsunami. The main drawbacks of this system is the buoy should be placed such that the distance to the base station is less than 20 kilometers, because the performance of RTK GPS is degraded if the distance exceeds 20 kilometers. For now, totally 18 buoys are installed offshore of Japanese islands, as shown in this figure. And the results of analysis are collected into the NowFast system, that is nationwide ocean wave information network for ports and harbors. And we can check the data in real time. This plot shows the variation of offshore water level for 1 week at this buoy. And this slide shows an example of tsunami monitoring by the buoys. 9 years ago, at 2:46 p.m. on March 11th, 2011, an earthquake occurred. It was the biggest earthquake to strike Japan, and it triggered big tsunami waves of up to about 40 meters. At that time, the buoys captured the tsunami waves as shown in this graph. And the results were transmitted to the Port Security Office and the Japan Meteorological Agency in real time. This information was efficiently used to increase the tsunami warning level. The time series of the tsunami warning from the earthquake occurrence is shown here. At 2:46, the earthquake occurred. Then 3 minutes later, the tsunami warning was issued. At 3:11 p.m., 25 minutes from the occurrence, the buoy captured tsunami, and based on this observation, 3 minutes later, the alert level was raised. By the way, as I have mentioned before, the main disadvantage of the current tsunami monitoring system is the distance between the buoy and the coast is limited to less than 20 kilometers. Now, this is due to the relative positioning method is applied to analyze the GNSS data. If the buoy could be placed further from the shore, it would be able to give more early tsunami warning. To overcome this disadvantage, the method to apply the PPP method has been proposed. And the experimental system was developed several years ago, and demonstration experiments were conducted. The results are shown in these plots. The upper shows the results of the existing system, which came from the relative positioning. and the lower shows the proposed results of PPP. From the experiment, it was shown that the wave monitoring of PPP has almost the same performance of that of relative positioning. This means that the proposed system can be installed more than 20 kilometers from the coast, and it can realize the earlier tsunami warning system. Okay, finally, I would like to summarize my talk. In the first part of this talk, we have briefly reviewed the principle of satellite positioning and reviewed some methods of positioning, such as standalone and relative positioning, and the precise positioning methods were introduced. In the latter part, two systems for disaster monitoring and mitigation have been introduced as case studies in Japan. Especially, it was shown that the standalone precise positioning method has an ability to realize the more earlier tsunami warning system. Thank you for your kind attention.
Question or comment on some of the points that the speaker made, I open this discussion. I open this discussion for 10 minutes. As nobody seems to be ready to ask the question at the moment, I will use this opportunity to ask Professor Kubo. In your presentations, there is a big disadvantage of the proposed system. Is there, if I increase the distance between the buoy and the station, I mean the distance is more than 20 kilometers, is there any proposed method to increase the accuracy of the positioning system?
Well, in general, so if the distance between the base station and well, user station is exceed about 10 kilometers, so due to the atmospheric effects such that well, ionospheric effect and tropospheric effect degrades the accuracy of the GPS positioning. So, but for tsunami meter, well, it is the trade-off of the distance and accuracy. For tsunami meter, it is a limit. 20 kilometers is a limit.
Okay, thank you. I have another question from Dr. Isnander. What is the big challenge of this research?
Oh, okay.
What is the big challenge of
big
this
challenge.
research?
Yes. Well, I'm sorry. So this presentation is mainly introduce you the disaster monitoring and mitigation system in Japan as a case studies. So the main my research topic is not well included. So but in Japan, so it is a big challenge of the satellite positioning is that in my opinion, so in this research area, so it is very important to consider the quality of the positioning, satellite positioning. So because for using the car navigation, so vehicle navigation, and railways, ships, aircraft, well, if we consider such case, so the quality of the positioning, satellite positioning is very important. So now, so in my research topic now, so we consider that well, quality of satellite positioning. So
okay,
in my
presentation,
thank you.
Thank you for your answer. I have another question. In the case of, let's say, the buoy doesn't function very well, can we increase the accuracy by implementing some INS station on the ship? And because, I think when we employ INS station and we place it and we place them on the ship, then the distance between the buoy and the station will be larger.
Okay, so do you mean well, INS, the inertial navigation system?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, of course. I think. Well, so for now, the system depends on the GPS system. So, well, the GPS system is, you know, very strongly depends on the radio wave from the satellite. So if, well, for any reason, so if we cannot use the satellite, the system cannot use for tsunami monitoring. So, but well, in such case, the INS system, well, including such as sensors, accelerometer or gyroscopes, or some other sensors, well, they can work individually, autonomous sensors. So if we can combine the satellite positioning system and INS, so we can construct some more robust system for the, well, not only for the tsunami monitoring, but also some other, well, aircraft vehicle navigation system. I think so.
How about Japan? Does the Japanese government have a plan to implement such architecture by incorporating Navy or implementing INS station on the ship?
Well, on the sea, so such as, for example, tsunami meter, it is not, it has not already well considered.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe it will be the new research topic.
Okay, maybe that will be an interesting topic. I have another question because there is no question from the audience. Do you have any idea for implementing this system in the case of mountain eruption? Because you know Indonesia is in the ring of fire, so we have got many earthquakes and volcano eruption. So do you have any idea to implement such system for this case?
Well, so do you mean to what case? So in Indonesia,
volcano eruption. Yeah, volcano eruption, mountain eruption.
Antenna location. I'm sorry.
Yes. Mountain eruption.
Mountain.
Yeah, Yama.
Mountain. Okay, mountain locations. Mountain moving or
eruption. Okay, eruption.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So also in Japan, so by using the GeoNet system, so over 1,300 stations monitoring, so we can detect the small earthquakes. So before the mountain explosion. So, but in my opinion, so for now, so it is very difficult to forecast of the earthquake or mountain explosion. So it is a very big challenge in the research area, I think so.
Is there any significant improvement in PPP technology nowadays?
Yeah. So nowadays, about several centimeter accuracy is achieved. So for the more improvement, I think, in my opinion, it is important to how to realize the precise positioning in the continuous positioning. So because in Japan or Indonesia, so if there are so many buildings or some obstacles, the fan, the radio wave is broken off. So in many cases, especially in the urban area, the satellite navigation and PPP cannot be used continuously. So for now, it is very big research topic to continuously to realize the precise positioning in PPP.
Okay. Is there any application of indoor positioning system which use PPP in Japan?
Well, so now, I think the PPP is only for now, so only for the research. Yeah. So yeah.
So PPP nowadays PPP is used to assist the GPS for positioning system in urban area, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have another question from Dr. Didit. Is it possible to combine your research with numerical solution of tsunami, especially for early warning system?
Wow, numerical simulation of tsunami. Yes, numerical warning. Yes, I think, yes, of course. So I'm not sure the numerical simulation of tsunami. So, but so I can provide that for this precise position. So from the precise positioning methods such as PPP or relative positioning. So if it can be used in the tsunami simulation. So of course we can combine them. I think so.
Okay, nowadays in Japan, how many stations for disaster mitigation system? How many stations used by Japanese government for the disaster mitigation system?
Well, I think as far as I know, so mitigation system is tsunami monitoring and well, earthquake monitoring, well, cluster movement monitoring, well, and so on. So, but many researchers will consider about them. Well, I'm not sure the number of the researchers. I'm sorry.
I mean, a number of stations, not researchers, because the buoy will transmit signal to the station, right? So my question is, how many stations used by Japanese government for the disaster mitigation system?
Well, tsunami meter is well, number of tsunami meters are so 18. 18. Yeah.
Okay. Is it enough to cover Japan?
Well, I think
because Japanese
it's not enough. Yeah. So we need more and more and more far. Sure.
Yeah. I have another questions. Common filter is widely used in positioning system. In GPS or GNSS research, is there any filter used by the researchers? Because I have heard most researchers use common filter for filtering in the positioning research.
Yes, the Kalman filter is widely used in the area of navigation system or positioning system. And actually, the problem is the nonlinear system. So because the model of the distance between satellite and receiver is described by the nonlinear function. So actually, if we use the extended Kalman filter, and in this research area, so many nonlinear filtering techniques. So, for example, particle filters or unscented Kalman filter, and so on. So many researchers try to use some other nonlinear filtering techniques. Me too.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I have a question from Dr. Mahmud. He said that conducting research related to GPS is difficult when we want to apply our method globally in different GPS architecture in different countries. As we know, there must be authority or privilege issues, for example, in US, Russia, and China, as you mentioned earlier. How do you handle with that?
So just a moment. Okay, so well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm not sure the depth and the maintenance, well, the methods. So because so this, in my talk, so this is just a case study in Japan. So, and so get the slides or some pictures from the Hitachi Zosen Corporation. So if you need the more detailed information, so I'll send you the later. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. I have another question from Dr. Prayitno. Ionospheric irregularities, such as equatorial plasma bubble normally occur in the ionosphere over Indonesia. The question is, both PPP and RTK method can be tackled the effect of the ionospheric irregularities on the genesis positioning?
So okay, well, of course. So you mentioned it. Well, the equatorial area, so like Indonesia, the ionospheric effect is strong. So, but well, for example, the RTK method with the near base station, if you can use the base station in near area of the user, the ionospheric effects can be almost cancelled out. So it is not it not affects the accuracy of the positioning. So, but for PPP, it is difficult to make the precise ionospheric information. So if in the equatorial area, so to achieve the very precise PPP positioning accuracy, so you need more and more reference stations. So you need a reference station system in the PPP service area. So in Japan, so
Thank
we
you.
have okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pugo. However, time is up, so we have to finish our session. And I will summarize for our discussion. Precise positioning can be reached by using two receivers. There are many variations in positioning method, relative positioning and standalone positioning. And the GNSS can be employed for disaster monitoring system. I would like to thank again for our speaker, Professor Yukihiro Kubo, for very interesting and stimulating contributions, and the participants for the valuable following discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We would like to invite moderator Pak Wiki and also keynote speaker Professor Yukihiro for having a photo session with us here. So we would like to kindly ask the host to capture the moment. All right, so I would like to count 1, 2, 3. Please make the best position, a comfortable position for you to be on the screen, and give your best smile. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. Would you please have a hand gesture, maybe like thumbs up, or maybe you would like to, okay, so thumbs up. So ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this interesting session will give insightful knowledge for you. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so thank you so much for this interesting session. We'd like to grateful for Professor Yukihiro for becoming our great speaker, and also Pak Wiki for a very interactive session. Thank you, and we would like to continue for the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wiki, for a very interactive session. So now we are going to continue for the third keynote speaker. So that is Dr. Ardasena Sofa Heluwakan from the Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or BMKG, under the title of Potential Role for ICT and Science for Strengthening Disaster Resilience in Indonesia. So today, or this session will also be led by a very interactive moderator, Bapak Didit Aditya, PhD. First of all, please allow me to read his brief summary. Bapak Didit Aditya, PhD, is a lecturer and also senior researcher in Telkom University, Indonesia, and he pursued his education, especially in PhD, in applied mathematics from University of Twente, the Netherlands, and his research interests are machine learning, fluid dynamics, water wave modeling, Met-Ocean, or Meteorology and Oceanography High Performance Computing, HPC. And his activity currently is as the chair of Research Group Modeling and Computational Experiment, or MCE, in Telkom University, Indonesia. Well, so without further ado, let's welcome Bapak Didit Aditya. Time's yours. Dari tadi pengen.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for the introduction. Thank you very much, Miss Master of Ceremony. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Didit Aditya. I will be the moderator for the third keynote speaker today. So our the third keynote speaker today is Dr. Ardasena Sopahaluekan. Maybe, yes. So I would like to introduce Dr. Ardasena. He is now the Deputy Director for Climate and Air Quality Research in Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or in Indonesia, it is BMKG, Badan Meteorologi, Klimatologi, dan Geofisika. Dr. Ardasena has PhD degree in applied mathematics from the same university as me, from University of Twente, the Netherlands, with specialty in optics. Okay. His other activities are as mathematicians. He works with a wide interest of modeling phenomenon in nature, and then internationally active in the field of climate-related activities under WMO, World Meteorological Organizations, from policy-related climate services and standard development. He is also chair of working group on climate service of regional associations, Southwest Pacific. He is also member of inter-program task team on cataloging extreme weather, water, and climate events, or IPTT, CWWCE of the WMO. Okay, his keynote presentation today is a potential role for ICT and science for strengthening disaster resilience in Indonesia. Before we start, I would like to give a brief rule of the keynote speakers. So in total, we have 1 hour ahead. So from 11 o'clock Indonesian time to 12. So that consists of 40 minutes of presentations. And then the rest 20 minutes we will set as a question and answer. Okay. So different than the previous 2 keynote speaker. So for Dr. Ardasena today, he will live to deliver his presentation. Pak Ardasena is the webinar is yours now. Okay, can you start the presentation?
Yes, thank you very much, Pak Didit. Okay, is my slide visible now?
Yeah, okay, yes, this now.
Okay. So, good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for the kind introduction to Pak Didit. So, as introduced, my name is Ardasena. I'm usually called Sena. I worked in the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, or BMKG, in the central office in Jakarta, in the Center for Research and Development. I'm daily active and responsible in coordinating research activities in the field of climate and air quality. So much of the materials you will see today
is pretty much related to the daily activity which we do in the center in BMKG. I will highlight some aspects of ICT, big data, etc., which are relevant to our activity. I'm also active in the World Meteorological Organization in several groups that are relevant in mostly in climate-related activities for global climate assessments, and also regionally in progressing forward the application of climate services in Southeast Asia and West Pacific, which we think is important to progress in this light of fighting climate change. So let me start by first conveying my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizers of this international conference on ICT. I would like to thank, of course, Telkom University for organizing this, but also for the kind invitation in inviting me on behalf of my agency to deliver this address. It's very kind of Telkom University. I would also like to thank Universitas Gadjah Mada and Multimedia University of Malaysia. And I would like to warmly greet Dr. Emma as the chair of the ICOICT, the representative of Telkom University, Gadjah Mada and MMU, Professor Triyono, Professor Lau Siang Ho, and special warm greetings to the president of Telkom University, Professor Adi Wijaya, which was my former fellow in ITB back in a few decades ago when we were studying. So let me start by trying to provoke you with this image. We know now that everybody is talking about this particular creature, the coronavirus. But in today's presentation, I would like for us to set this aside for a while and remember or flashback what the natural reality is for our living in Indonesia. So this is actually a picture of a girl, 14 years old. Her name is Lisa. She lives in Lombok. She's the youngest of 10 children, and she was a victim of the severe earthquake occurring in Lombok in July 2018. Her father is a farmer, and her father collected rumbles, etc., to rebuild their house. Another picture of another person, this time in Palu. The person sitting there in the remains of her house. Her name is Hesti. She's 27 years old. She lost her younger sister due to the major earthquake in Palu in October 2018, which I think everyone still remembers vividly the pictures and short movies from that devastating event that occurs in Palu. So there was earthquake, there was liquefaction, and there was also a tsunami. Going from Sulawesi to Jakarta, I took this picture from Republika. This is actually an anonymous picture. So I call this person just Pak Ahmad, a typical Indonesian who lives in Kampung Baru Kembangan in West Jakarta, and he was a victim, between quotes, in the New Year's flooding event, which occurred heavily in Jakarta during the New Year, 1st of January 2020. That particular heavy rainfall event was unprecedented. It was very unusual It has set some rainfall records in several places. And according to the story that we received from the area, that such height of flooding has never occurred before. So we are living in a more severely extreme event, which we should all be adapting to. So the faces of Nisa, Hesti, Pak Ahmad are actually not arbitrary faces in the photograph. It's actually a typical faces of Indonesians who are actually victims of a multitude or a myriad of disasters from centuries ago. So with that, I would like to propose the following outline of my address or presentation, which I think the theme of the international conference is actually really correct and really relevant, which is leveraging ICT for disaster resilience and sustainable development. So allow me in this presentation to rather give a broader perspective for you, for all of the participants, and I will try to help in setting the stage, perhaps for more specific topics under other sessions, which I saw they are all quite exciting related to disaster. So this rather broad presentation hopefully will provoke you, if I may say so, in contributing in helping the resilience of the Indonesian society towards disaster. So three main areas which I will touch actually is first is this disaster landscape in Indonesia, and second the application of ICT. But for the disaster landscape in Indonesia, I will show you and highlight several aspects, for instance, earthquake and its associated hazards. And a second topic, which is dear to my heart, is the state of the global climate and the future climate change. We will see how cities are actually related with emission, pollution, and climate change within the Indonesian context, and how is the future projected climate change in Indonesia. And I will continue with following that, show some glimpse of application of ICT, artificial intelligence, big data, etc. In some services that we have in BMKG, for instance, how weather predictions are generally made. An example application of artificial intelligence for forest fire or wildfire prediction. Some application of low-cost sensors, possibly also crowdsourcing for new applications in urban weather or urban meteorology, and a challenge for the ICT community whether we could actually use crowdsourced information to make a good database or catalog of extreme events, disaster, and their associated loss and damage. And I will conclude with a summary. So a little bit about the disaster landscape in Indonesia. As you know, the number of disasters in Indonesia are recorded by BNPB, or the Disaster Management Agency of Indonesia, keeps on increasing from year to year. Although we see here perhaps there could be a bias from that the records are recently being measured after the year 2000s. But anyway, we are quite sure that the number of extreme events which leads to disaster are increasing from year to year. Here is shown a record from 2003 to 2007. And I made a separate slide here for 2018 because it's a special year where several of high-profile or major disaster occurred in Indonesia. If you remember, it started from the earthquake in Lombok, and then the earthquake in and tsunami in Palu area in Sulawesi, and also the tsunami in the Sunda Strait area, which was associated with the Krakatau volcano. So 2018 was kind of important year in terms of disasters. 2019, not much actually happened related with geo. I mean, not much is in terms of the casualties, but we remember in 2019 there was a severe forest fire or wildfire occurrence in Indonesia. Also, BNPB recorded an increased number of disasters up to 3,800 in 2019. And this year, up to the end of May, we already touched the number of 1,300 around disasters. Perhaps the COVID-19 is also considered as a disaster. So let me continue. So if you see the statistics of the natural disasters, much are actually attributed to hydrometeorological disasters, such as here flooding, landslide, spout, or in Indonesian we call it as puting beliung, drought, forest fire, coastal abrasion. And in terms of number, it's actually not that much for earthquake and volcanic eruption. So in terms of frequency, the number of disasters are much dominated by those related with hydromet disasters, which account that up to 96% of the total events. But interestingly, if you see the following slide, there is actually, at least for the major disaster, there is an interesting asymmetry in the impact of hydromet field versus geophysical disasters. What I mean by asymmetry is that if you see the number of deaths, injured, and relocated, for instance, for those events related with earthquake and tsunami, boxed by this red-colored box, you see that the numbers of casualties are quite high compared to those, for instance, a prominent hydromet event, which I chose here to be El Nino in 2015. Only around 20 people were accounted deaths, mostly due to a forest fire. But if you see the loss and damage in terms of the economic valuation, it's the other way around. The hydromet events, for instance here, drought, which was associated with El Nino in 2015, it's 10 times larger than, or 1 order magnitude bigger than the earthquake events, which is almost proportional to 2% of the GDP of the country in 2015. It's actually quite a lot. So there are two different aspects when we deal with these disasters, and I think both we should take that into account in preparing the proper adaptation or recovery. So if we use the standard disaster risk management framework, you know very well that it started with prevention and then preparedness, response, and then recovery, and the cycle continues. But for me at least, the important two aspects which we can strengthen is actually prevention and preparedness, so that we have a better resilience. And in BMKG, we are really close to that aspect of disaster management by providing our early warning systems to support the preparedness action. So For the early warning systems, of course, we consider several aspects here. For instance, the hazardous weather, such as thunderstorms, heat waves, cold waves, cyclones, etc. We also consider the geohazards, tsunami, earthquake, and of course, also nowadays becomes more important to integrate the socioeconomic impacts in the forecast, as we call it as the impact-based forecast for several important sectors such as water, food security, energy, health, etc. And that fills into the early warning system. But the early warning system itself cannot be well run if there is no support from the ICT side and the science side, which support, of course, the telecommunication aspect, the infrastructure aspect. Also nowadays, there is an emerging trend of big data and artificial intelligence and how to integrate them in the current operational system of the meteorological services and also the emerging science and technology. So I see that this early warning system and the role of ICT in science is actually an integral part which contribute to the DRR setup or the disaster risk reduction setup of any country, actually. And we have now shifted from the mindset of providing only data and system into a science for services. And for that, we have to go on further into the paradigm of Earth system modeling, where we should integrate atmospheric component, hydrosphere component, cryosphere, biosphere, lithosphere, and also possibly the elements of human, or we call it as anthroposphere. And this, of course, cannot be separated from the support of ICT and science to make the social applications or services materialize. So earthquake and associated hazards, this is slides from my colleague, actually, Dr. Daryono. You know, in Indonesia, there is a myriad of earthquake sources onshore and offshore, 13 megathrust segments and more than 200 active faults, which contribute to the vulnerability of our region. And the following slide shows the recent earthquake activity, which is quite a lot. Typically in 1 year, there occur around 6,000 earthquakes with various magnitude, with a few hundreds, around 300 significant ones with magnitude larger than 5. A few occasions of destructive events, for instance, in 2019, there were 15 times. And once in 2 years, earthquake has a potential to be tsunami-genic. Increasingly, there is also a trend in the earthquake activity in Indonesia. I don't know why this is the case, but this is what we recorded in BMKG. Several historical destructive earthquakes, for instance, starting from Yogyakarta in 1859. You see the pictures in Bali in 1917, etc., up to the recent one in Palu here in September 2018. Oftentimes that hazard also, earthquake hazard also leads to other collateral hazards, for instance, landslide, liquefaction, as in Palu, rockfall or rock slides, for instance, here in Lembah Anai, and of course also tsunami. So we recorded that there was more than 99 tsunami events with various severity from 1674. It shows that actually almost all coastal area in Indonesia are rather vulnerable to tsunami hazard. Just some pictures of the major destructive tsunami all the way up to 1674, which I think is not a photograph, but it's actually an artist picture of the event. The Sumbar event, the Sumbawa event, the Pangandaran, and the Palu event in 2018. The red areas here in the coastal area are those areas which are actually prone to tsunami hazard. So you see that most areas in Indonesia are prone to tsunami, except some small part of the region in the western coast of Kalimantan and eastern coast of Sumatra, and some small area in northern Java, which are relatively safe up to now. So we have in BMKG running a tsunami early warning system, which have several steps in the dissemination of the early warning system. So whenever there is a potential tsunami or big earthquake event occurred, you will see immediately a running text in the television or in the internet, which comes from our DSS system. So we have also had the evolution of the tsunami early warning dissemination time, which are much associated with the support of ICT. For instance, here during the 1990s up to 2005, our agency required 30 to 60 minutes to disseminate and to actually identify the magnitude or severity of the earthquake, which was quite long. Actually, in the times of tsunami, the tsunami would have actually reached the coast in this 1 hour. But that evolved into 7 to 10 minutes in 2005 up to 2008. And then it goes down to 5 minutes, and in around the present time, our capability is around 3 minutes, and that is supported very much by the increased density of the monitoring seismograph, as well as the communication ability, which are nowadays available to send information. Now, a little bit about the state of the global climate and its change. So there is 3 very high-level report related with climate change, the present state of the global climate, the future climate from IPCC, the left one is from WMO, and the right one is from the World Economic Forum. And those 3 highlighted their message that actually in 2019, the trend of global warming keeps on continuing. So 2019 is either the 2nd or the 3rd warmest year on record. We are now 1.1 degree above the pre-industrial baseline, which is not a good story, I would say. But countries, governments have agreed in Paris in 2015 that they will put much effort to limit the warming below 1.5. But with the current rate, at 1.5 degree limit will be reached actually between 2032 and 2015. So the pathway for not exceeding 1.5 degree greenhouse is actually not that good. So this interpretation actually, even if humans stop emitting carbon dioxide now, the chances of it not exceeding 1.5 degrees are actually quite small. And the World Economic Forum have identified the top 3 risk impact of events and likelihood here in the top right. According to not only the likelihood, but also the impact is the extreme weather event, failure of climate change adaptation and mitigation, and natural disasters. And the message of the World Economic Forum is that if we don't adapt to these 3 events, then we would have consequences quite severe in the economic development. BMKG and other meteorological services in the world also measure the background concentration of the recent CO2 concentration. For instance, measured in Indonesia is near the city of Bukit Tinggi in an area called Kota Tabang. We are now well above the psychological 400 ppm, and it keeps on continuing. But also, there is not good news that in May 2020, just recently, the carbon dioxide level hits record high, 417 ppm, despite the small slowing emission due to coronavirus-related emission drop. So climate change is not in pause anyway. So after the COVID-19 pandemic finish, if it is finished, then we should continue to be concerned of the reality that will be faced due to this. Now let me show some context related with cities and their emission. You know that the majority of the humanity lives on cities, and cities are actually the primary source of greenhouse gases like CO2. And roughly 75% of the fossil fuel CO2 comes from large urban areas or cities. And that comes back actually to the disaster of hazards that goes back to the city, and the major cities in the world are experiencing the severe impact from those hazards. How about that in Indonesia? We surveyed 10 major cities. For instance, here's from Jakarta, Surabaya, Medan, Bandung, etc. up to Padang. You see, for instance, here the number of recorded disasters related with hydrometeorological. The annual number of flooding, for instance, in Jakarta, it was accounted more than 217, which is not good if a city is a capital of a country that and every year occurred quite frequent flooding, then we should actually do something. We find also an interesting relation between the pollution and rainfall acidity. The more polluted a city is, and the more acid the rainfall is. But we also found that actually, let me skip a few slides. There is an interesting collinearity between growth in economic sense, here shown vertically as the regional GDP per capita million, and the pollutant level. So if the city is far to the right, then it is more polluted, and if it is far up, then it is the regional GDP is higher. And you see here there is a sort of collinearity between the pollutant level and the GDP, which shows actually our economy is driven by carbon route. So if we put these cities into grouping, Jakarta is of course megapolitan, and then it follows the metropolitan area, and then the medium to big cities. How about climate change in Indonesia as well as other cities in the world? In Jakarta, we measure an increasing trend of temperature since the 1860s. We actually also found that there is a higher trend in the global average, about 1.4 times of the global trend in increase of temperature. Also in other cities, we are now shifting towards the warmer tail of the climate, which is actually not good. Also, the rainfall, there is a increasing trend of heavy rainfall in the majority of the cities, although not all of the cities. For instance, here in Medan, Palembang, Jakarta, etc., there is a clear trend of extreme rainfall. Now, the future of climate change. We are a part of a consortium in Southeast Asia where we divide tasks in simulating the future climate up to the year of 2100. It is quite a difficult task because you require large computing facilities. That's why we coordinate with other research groups in the region. And from that, we have, for instance, this very useful result that we find, of course, due to climate change, there will be an increasing trend in temperature in Indonesia, although not homogeneous everywhere. In the period of 2020 to 2034, shown here on the left, for every calendar year of the month. But also towards the middle of the century, you see an increasing trend of temperature in Indonesia. If we divide also from island to island, you see here that all major island group will experiencing an increase of temperature for the a moderate scenario, which we call here as RCP 4.5, and the business as usual scenario, which is higher here, shown in shaded red. With precipitation, that is not so difficult. It's not so easy to conclude actually, because patterns change from location, but also from model to model. But we were able to, for instance, synthesize a major finding, for instance, here from our colleagues, Supari, that he found out that there will be a prolonged dry period towards the end of the century for major area in Indonesia, but also oppositely increasing trend of heavy rainfall. So much shorter period for heavy rainfall, but a longer period for a dry season. So what does climate change mean in Indonesia? Continued increase of temperature with increasing diurnal temperature range. We will experience increasing extreme rainfall frequency, especially during rainy season. Longer dry season and drying tendency for the southern equator part. Now comes to my second part of the application for ICT. For instance, how predictions, weather predictions are made. We use several, or actually many observation platform. The classical ones here are shown at the bottom. Meteorological observing stations where we have our equipment in the standardized setting. Nowadays, we use much of satellite information, but also information related from, for instance, a balloon here, which we call as radio sun, or also automatic weather stations, but also other observations which are offshore. The use of satellite data keeps on increasing from decade to decade. For instance, in 1960s, there was only 2 satellites which are actually dedicated for weather observation. And that has increased dramatically up to the recent times, where the space region is quite busy with many satellite observing weather. We have polar orbiting satellite. We also have a geostationary satellite. And all of that information, of course, is being assimilated with the infrastructure of ICT, which is an important enabler in the sense for meteorological services to have their services. And the following figure shows the ratio of volume, for instance, volume of data which goes into a numerical weather prediction, and it's, you see here, it's dominated by satellite nowadays, and the other observations are, which are mostly land-based, are not so big in volume, but also they are important. This figure shows the typical conventional in situ measurements. We have online measurements. We have also ocean measurements. We have also airborne measurements, such as for aircraft data and also radiosondes balloon. Various types of satellite data are used, low orbiting sounders, imagers, scatterometers, for instance, for measuring waves, geostationary imagers such as Himawari, etc., and new satellites measuring winds, and recently GPS occultation. And of course, this satellite data keeps on increasing in its volume. It's very big in volume, but it's a structured data. And these are all being fed into a numerical weather prediction system, which we use operationally in BMKG. A second example is an application which we made in our group is using artificial intelligence application for wildfire or forest fire prediction. If you remember last year, there was a severe fire event occurring in our country. So our only home is being burned. I think you still remember vividly this kind of images from the event last year. Also some satellite images showing the event occurring in Sumatra as well as in Kalimantan here. So we have used also satellite technologies to see, for instance, what is happening in the atmosphere. For instance, here we use Sentinel data to look at the concentration of formaldehyde gas. And we use special modeling techniques so we can make a profiling vertically of the gas concentration in the region. By the way, this gas is quite poisonous, and it is not advisable for people to go out outside of their house more than 15 minutes. So how do we do that? Schematically, we make a combination of what we understand from the phenomena. So we integrate seasonality of the wildfire phenomena as well as the interannual variability. Forest fire phenomena also depends on large-scale climate factors such as El Nino and the ocean dipole. But it also depends on other spatio-temporal factors, human factors, anthropogenic or random factors, which are quite difficult to predict. So that's why we employ two approaches in combining a physics-based approach and artificial-based approach, so that we can have a wildfire pattern recognition using artificial intelligence. For instance, here shown our prediction for the last year events, which actually were well predicted ahead of the event colored here, and we are able to predict that the event would last up until October 2019, which was correct actually. And we verified this. So for instance, here for September 2019, we verified the accuracy up to 4 months lead time, and it reached around 0.85 quite consistently from 4 months before the event actually happened. So this combined approach of physics-based and artificial intelligence-based is a kind of a promising approach if we do impact-based forecast of a natural event. And we have released this application. In Indonesian, we have called it as aplikasi peringatan dini kebakaran hutan dan tutupan lahan berbasis hotspot dan iklim wilayah ASEAN, or abbreviated as API Khatulistiwa, or in English that's equatorial fire. Another avenue for a new application, for instance, the usage of low-cost sensors for crowdsourcing for new application in urban meteorology. The standard meteorological stations are actually quite expensive, but it is good for mainly a synoptic weather scale. So the equipment should be standardized, and also the settings should be standardized in a way that the data can be exchanged worldwide. But nowadays, there are new low-cost equipments that are emerging. I'm not endorsing this brand specifically, but this image shows the user applications that are now quite spread worldwide. For instance, here also in an urban setting in the city of Amsterdam, you see many pictures, many users in the city actually have this. And this is actually a kind of useful data to be used for using that as an information. So we can combine those low-cost sensors, for instance, with mobile sensor or human sensors to make new applications, for instance, for urban meteorology or urban weather, which will enable street-level information, which is useful for instance, for energy and health application. And it is possible to use artificial intelligence, for instance, for weather nowcasting. And this is useful instead of using the physics-based approach, which is too expensive for this short-term practical purposes. Okay, let me continue. Okay, since the moderator notified me of the time limit, so let me just skip a few slides. Let me perhaps, dear fellow participants of the international conference, by closing in with an invitation to visit our agency, which you can see how the application of those technologies materialize in operational early warning. So we have three main early warning systems in BMKG, the meteorological early warnings, the tsunami early warnings, the climate early warning, and those three are integrated with ICT for hub and integration, which we try to make integrated for a truly multi-hazard early warning system for the benefit of the society. For instance, here a picture for the extreme weather early warning or the meteorological early warning. It operates 24 hours, 7 days a week, and 365 days within the calendar year. The second is the tsunami early warning. It's actually also 24/7, and it's a regional tsunami service provider for all of the countries in the Indian Ocean Rim, coordinated by IOC of UNESCO. So if there is a tsunami potential event in the region, and it's disseminated from Jakarta towards the other neighboring countries in the Indian Ocean. So if you are interested to come and visit, you are mostly welcome after the COVID-19 is, of course, finished. So as a summary, yeah, Indonesia is prone to natural hazards, so we need to be resilient to sustain development and growth. If there is too much disaster happening, then I think it's difficult to sustain economic development and growth, and it is also difficult to have perhaps investors to come into Indonesia. For that reason, we have to enhance disaster prevention as well as disaster preparedness. And a key element for that is, of course, early warning systems, where ICT, big data, data science, those new sciences are actually a key element in helping to progress the enhancement of early warning capabilities. So I would like very much to encourage you all, to provoke you and to welcome you in contributing in the joint effort of saving lives, supporting prosperity and growth for the country, and building resilient communities. So for that, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you for everybody's attention, and I return this floor to you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Ardasena. Maybe we can on again the webcam. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Very interesting presentations that presented today by Pak Ardasena. I would like to read several questions. We have three questions regarding this the keynote, the third keynote. I would like to read it one by one. The first question is from Joe. Beside for EWS, early warning system, and social apps, are there plans in BMKG to utilize ICT in building models for disaster predictions and mitigations? Silahkan Pak Sena.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps that, besides the early warning system, etc., of course, one or several aspects which are not yet addressed that much is actually the impact side of the disaster, if I may say so. For instance, we are now moving into a paradigm which is called as the impact-based forecast. So by saying that is we aim in our information to give the impact information instead only of the weather or climate information. So the information may sound like it's not only what the weather will be tomorrow, but what the weather will do tomorrow. And not what the climate will do next month, but also more what kind of impact the climate will have in the coming 1 month. What kind of impact, for instance, for agriculture, for health impacts, for instance, for dengue fever, for heat applications, for instance. So we are moving towards the impact side of the warning, which is not yet much addressed, and that is still very much an open area, not only for research but also for application. So I would like to reiterate my invitation for everyone in helping in joining this effort of progressing the science for services. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Sena. So you are inviting actually everyone in Indonesia or also elsewhere to join with BMKG to do this type of research, isn't it? Okay. So I will proceed to the second questions by Putra. Good afternoon. I would like to ask questions to Dr. Ardasena. In terms of accuracy for long-term predictions, which one is more suitable in Indonesia for wildfire predictions, by using AI applications or real human intelligence applications? Have you ever make a research comparison between two different applications? Thank you so much for your kind of attention.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for that interesting question. I'm not really familiar actually what the person asked about a real human intelligence, but if I may answer the question in the following way, the wildfire phenomena in Indonesia is a little bit different with the wildfire phenomena that are occurring in the northern latitude, for instance, in the United States, in Siberia, or in Canada, for instance, which are much related with short-term weather in the scale of days up to weeks. In Indonesia, it's very much related with seasonality, with climate. In that sense, we have to understand what is actually the dominant factor which are influencing the wildfire. Of course, the wildfire itself is not, many say it's not self-ignited, there is human intervention there, but we think that it all started from drought condition, and that is what we actually predicting what kind of drought condition which may lead to favorable condition for forest fire. And any kind of approach which are complementing the current system, which is combining the physics and artificial intelligence, is of course very much welcome in increasing the capability for fire detection. To complement perhaps to my presentation, we are at the moment still only giving information for the large scale system. So if this could be combined, for instance, with a smart system which are more locally based, I think this will serve a great benefit for the local society in the regions which are impacted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ardasena. Okay, so I would like to proceed to the last questions. Actually, this is asked by Pak Bayu Afrianto. Question is there any ICT-based roadmap or solutions from BMKG or government of Indonesia, especially for prevention and preparedness, as mentioned by Keynote? For instance, it is useful to increase awareness of citizens in natural disaster, just like a new protocol of COVID-19 pandemic. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pak Bayu, for the question. With the ones which were highlighted in the presentations were mostly kind of structural approach, top-down information in early warning systems, etc. But Pak Bayu is right. We are also have to address the human side of the early warning sphere, if I may say so. So we have to build the resilience of the society by making them aware of what kind of hazards are exposed to their specific society. And we have had many campaigns, for instance, to increase the awareness of local societies, for instance, by organizing, we call it as field school, earthquake field school in several of those areas which are prone to earthquake, for instance. We have also had some tsunami drills in coastal area, for instance, in Padang, etc., which are an important element in closing the cycle, if I may say so, in building a more resilient community. So those two approaches, structural top-down approach is important, but also the community aspect. Pak Bayu is right, and we are trying to address both aspects of the disaster risk reduction cycle. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ardasena. Because the time is as finish actually today. I would like for 1 minute to conclude this these sessions actually. So as what you have presented is actually what we see is actually natural disaster in Indonesia especially is quite more frequent from a year to year. The statistics say that, and then the temperature is getting warmer also, and then also besides predicting something, we also trying to get preventions or mitigations out of that. Okay, so BMKG especially inviting everyone to do a joint research, and especially for making better preventions and mitigations in Indonesia especially. Okay, that's all I can conclude from these sessions. Maybe I will give back the time to the Master of Ceremony, MC.
Thank you, dear Mr. Moderator and also speaker, but would you please give us some time to have a photo session? So
Yes.
we would like to invite moderator Pak Didit and also the speaker Dr. Ardasena to have your best and most comfortable position as the host will capture the moment. All right, so I would like to count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right, so the second session will be with the hand movement, maybe. You can have the thumbs up, or maybe you would like to make a sarang heel movement. Okay, so we would like to count 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Sena and also Pak Didit for a very amazing session. We hope that through this session, we can get insightful knowledge also for the speakers, and we hope that it can return for you for the kindness of your future. Thank you so much for this session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Pak Sena.
Thank you for the amazing session. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the opening session and also keynote speakers. The next event will be the tutorial session, which will be started at 1 p.m. and you are expected to be standby at least 5 minutes before the session started. We hope that you can attend the session on time and you won't miss the chance of grasping much knowledge from the insightful and also prominent speakers. To remind all of you, the tutorial session will be conducted in 2 days. And for today's session, we will have Associate Professor Dr. Andy Sohail Sayed on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a global revolution in science, technology, and society towards a better life, to be presented today at 1 p.m. And also Ibu Yunita Sari, PhD, on what can natural language processing do in a disaster, to be presented today at 3 p.m. Well, for tomorrow, Thursday, 25th June 2020, we're going to have Bapak Idam Ananta Timur, STMcom, on toward autonomous robot for disaster mitigation support using deep reinforcement learning, presented at 8 a.m. And Bapak Tomhert Suprapto Siadari, STMH, on deep representation learning for recognizing human and object interactions at 10 a.m. and Dr. Inch Muhammad Haris on new trends in image and video restoration and enhancement at 1 p.m. And last but not least, also Dr. Lim Kian Ming on deep learning and its application in video analytics at 3 p.m. We hope you can have the best experience during the event and also insightful knowledge from the prominent speakers. We also would like to invite each and every one of you to attend the closing ceremony on Thursday, June 25th, 2020 at 5 p.m. after having our 6th tutorial session. So ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the opening ceremony. On behalf of the committee, I extend a warm gratitude to the President of Telkom University Indonesia, Dean of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University Malaysia, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada Indonesia, Dean of Telkom School of Computing, Telkom University Indonesia, Deans in Telkom University, keynote speakers, tutorial speakers, presenters, and attendees for your time and attention. A huge thanks also to IEEE Indonesia section and IEEE Signal Processing Society chapter for their everlasting support. Never forget to say good luck to all participants of the 8th ICOICT 2020. We hope you gain valuable knowledge, gain stronger network, and also develop future career. Never forget to remind all of you to capture your moment during the ICOICT 2020 and post your picture in your own social media like Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook by using the hashtag of ICOICT 2020. So glad to see you all in your social media and also today. So I'm Yan Hamida. Thank you and good day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Yeah. Good day, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So now we are coming to the tutorial session. My name is Parman Soekarno. I will be the moderator for the first tutorial speaker. The title for this tutorial is the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a Global Revolution in Science, Technology, and Society Towards a Better Life. The speaker for this tutorial is Associate Professor Dr. M.D. Sohail Said. Now, before coming to the presentation, I would like to give you a short bio of the Professor Said. So, Professor Sohail Said is the chairperson of the Center of Intelligent Cloud Computing, Multimedia University, Malaysia. His research interest is biometric, big data, cloud computing, AI, information security, image and signal pre-processing, pattern recognition, and classification. He also have some tremendous achievements, such as he has published over 60 research papers in high-ranked peer-reviewed international journals and also well-recognized international conferences. He's also a reviewer for several international journals, such as Journal of Pattern Recognition Letters, IEEE Transaction on Neural Networks, and also the reviewer for several international conferences. He also a keynote and guest speaker for several international conferences, such as International Conference on Advanced Computing, International Conference on Research Trends and Challenges in Healthcare Informatics. And last, he is a senior member of IEEE Computer Society, IEEE Communication Society, and International Association of Computer Science and Information Technology. So that's the short bio of Professor Sohail Said. And now we can come to the presentation of Professor Said. While his presentation, you may ask questions by providing the question in the question box. Okay, so please do so. And I would like to invite the Professor Sohail Said for the presentation.
Hi everyone, I am Dr. Muhammad Sohail Said, working with Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia. Today I am going to talk about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a global revolution in science, technology, and society towards a better life. First, I'll discuss about the first three industrial revolutions. The first industrial revolution, that is approximately start from 1765 to 1840, based on the introduction of steam power, rise of the factory system, machine tools, mechanical manufacturing, iron production, and so on. Next, second industrial revolution approximately start from 1870 to 1914, based on rapid industrialization, electricity, telephone, rail, and increased interconnectedness. And the next is third industrial revolution. Start from approximately 1972 today, based on the use of or based on the rise of electronics, microprocessor, telecommunications, and automation. Next, look at a video clip that will give you the idea of Industrial Revolution 4.0.
When technology changes, the world changes with it. History has been witness to industrial revolutions that have taken place over the ages. The first revolution, triggered by steam power, proved that manpower is not the only way to progress. Machines joined muscle and reduced human effort. The second industrial revolution brought the world together with electric power. Leaps in technology paved the way to a new way of life and a global economy. Then, the computer changed everything. Information technology and electronics led the third industrial revolution. Workplaces became smarter, technology got personal, and communication went mobile. The fourth industrial revolution is bringing together physical and digital worlds across industries to create an interconnected global value chain. Powerful technology, incredible connectivity, and unlimited information is available at your fingertips. Breakthroughs like machine learning, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, blockchain, robotics, and Internet of Things are rapidly changing the way we live our lives. The consumer is at the center of a connected ecosystem that delivers personalized needs at any time of choice. Business leaders across the world are gearing up to be a part of this ecosystem and be omnipresent for their consumers. New players enter and disrupt the game every day while constantly changing the rules. Organizations must change the way they work and strategize while adapting to the new world. It's time to leverage emerging technologies and seek collaborative opportunities to provide new and personalized experiences for everyone. Digitalization brings the world closer by erasing physical boundaries and breaking limits. It's important to keep up with the demands of a transforming world that seeks access to incredible opportunities in the most intimate of environments. Are you ready to lead the fourth industrial revolution?
So 3D printing is taking over the world, but how does it actually work? Well, it's quite similar to a normal printer, but then a little different. First, you don't put in an ink cartridge, but instead connect a spool of special printing material like plastic, rubber, or even metal. And you don't print boring text documents, but real-life models of what you've just made on your computer screen. Simply awesome. Right now, you can buy a 3D printer yourself and make complex 3D models with modeling software. But if you're not really a wizard with all that technical stuff, you can buy personalized 3D models online, like fancy toys, bracelets, or phone cases. Then send it to a 3D print shop nearby, choose a material, and pick up your own unique item. Sweet. In the medical world, they're developing 3D printers with special biological material. They're working on printing heart valves, ears, bones, skin, and even printed a small human kidney that can live for 3 months. It's just amazing. And hold on to your seats. They're developing a 3D printer that can print in space and are planning to print a moon base.
Artificial intelligence has been hailed as the next industrial revolution. People think they will change the world by providing smart solutions. Everything solved by AI. Customer service? Replace that with a bot. Data analysis? Replace it with unsupervised learning algorithms. Artificial intelligence has the capacity of understanding so much more than we do. The barriers of seemingly incomprehensible theories of science will be broken easily by the machines of the future. Physical problems, like we solve thousands of times faster than humans could, not only AI will optimize many of our systems, but also create new jobs. We don't know the rate at which it will do this. However, research firm Gartner further confirms the hypothesis of AI creating more jobs than it replaces, by predicting that in 2020, AI will create 2.3 million new jobs while eliminating 1.8 million traditional jobs. Just like AI took away the physical constraints of humans, AI will be able to take away our mental constraints. Just like machines whose strength is hundreds, if not thousands of times stronger than us, AI's intelligence will be hundreds, if not thousands of times smarter than us. What do you think are the most fantastical things yet to be solved by artificial intelligence?
Okay, now what is mean by Industrial Revolution 4.0? That means the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution refers to the fusion of technologies in the physical, digital, and biological domains, leading to the creation of new technologies that will drive in a new industrial era characterized by exponential growth, interconnectedness, increased human productivity, and blurring the lines between man and machine. Next slide. Okay, now look at the Industry 4.0 transformations. You look at the first industrial revolutions that is based on the introduction of mechanical production, equipment driven by water and steam power. And the second industrial revolution based on mass production achieved by the division of labor concept and the use of electrical energy. And the third revolution, industrial revolution, based on the use of electronics and IT to further automate productions. And then now the fourth industrial revolution that is based on the use of cyber physical system. Okay, now look at this transformation of Industry 4.0. If you look at here, the first revolution basically we call the manual revolution. And the second revolution we call the electrical revolution. And the third revolution we call the automation. And the fourth revolution we call the intelligence. Next. Okay, what is meant by cyber physical system, CPS? A cyber physical system is a mechanism that is controlled or monitored, by computer-based algorithm. That means it will do the computations that is based on computer-based algorithms, and this is tightly integrated with the internet and its user, tightly integrated with the communication that is called the internet and its users. Okay, now look at the Industrial Revolution 4.0 or fourth industrial revolutions. So these are actually the components of fourth industrial revolution. So you look at the components. Industry 4.0, one of the components. Then Society 5.0, reality, augmented reality or virtual reality 2.0, quality of life 4.0, education 4.0, and healthcare 4.0. Next. If you look at the manufacturing revolution, start from Industry 1.0 to Industry 4.0. The first industrial revolution I already discussed, we call the Industrial Revolution 1.0. Here the key change, what are the changes happened there? Introduction of mechanical productions, equipment driven by the water and steam power. And the second industrial revolutions, the key changes was introduction of mass manufacturing production, lines powered by electric energy, And the third industrial revolution, the key changes was happened: introduction of electronics, PLC devices, robots, and IT to automate productions. And the fourth industrial revolution, the key changes is introduction of IoT, Internet of Things, and cyber physical systems driven by augmented reality and real-time intelligence. Next, if you look at the Industry 4.0, the technology versus the skills, development of new emerging technology skills. So the first one is the mechanization, that is used mechanical system. The second one is electrification, that is used mechatronics systems. And third one we call digitizations, that means this is automated system. And the fourth one is cyber physical system, CPS, that is embedded ICT, communicate with physical things. Now look at a video clip that will give you the clear idea of Industry 4.0 revolution.
The fourth industrial revolution has begun, and you have the chance to be part of it. This isn't going to be like before. It's not about the steam that powered our factories in the first revolution, or the mass production model that dominated the second, or even the emergence of computer-driven systems from the third revolution that we're living in today. Industry 4.0 is about connectivity. It's an opportunity to radically change the way industry responds to the needs of society. As previous industrial revolutions were led by innovations in manufacturing processes and systems, the advancement of Industry 4.0 will be driven by a smart, interconnected, pervasive environment. The opportunities for disruption are huge, and those left behind will feel it acutely. There is still space for leaders of this new revolution to emerge, but the race has already started. Understanding what current leaders are doing will help you join them.
Okay, now look at the Industry 4.0 environment. Okay, if you look at the environment, you look at here, there is smart grid, a smart mobility, a smart logistics. There will be business web, social web, smart homes, smart buildings. That means all these are components are integrated with the Industry 4.0 revolutions. So there will be Internet of Things connected with Internet of Services, that will be connected with Internet of People, and also it will be connected with Internet of Data. Next. Okay, look at this slide. This is also talking about the Industry 4.0 environment. So that means if you think about the smart factory, that means this is CPPS, cyber physical production systems. In that case, you look at here all the components: smart mobility, a smart grid, a smart logistics, web business, business web, social web, a smart homes, a smart buildings. That means all the components of Internet of Things, Internet of Services, Internet of Peoples, and Internet of Data are interconnected. Next. Now here you look at this slide, that is basically the technologies of fourth industrial revolution. So there are 12 technologies. These are the very important technologies for fourth industrial revolution. Number one is we call the space technologies. The second one, AR and VR, augmented reality and virtual reality. Then next one is neuro technology. Next one, new computing technologies. Next, Internet of Things, geoengineering, 3D printing, advanced materials, artificial intelligence and robotic, biotechnology, energy capture, storage and transmission. And the last one is blockchain and distributed ledger. Next, the technologies that fueling the fourth industrial revolutions. So look at the technologies that fueling the fourth industrial revolutions. The first one is advanced robotics. Second one, big data and analytics. The next one is simulation. And the next one is virtual reality and augmented reality. The next one, digital integration. Next one is advanced manufacturing, cloud computing, and Internet of Things. Next. Okay, now look at the technology pillars for Industry 4.0. So there are 11 pillars of technological advancements. So we start with, for example, autonomous robot, then simulation and augmented reality, horizontal and vertical integration, industrial Internet of Things, IoT, cyber security, artificial intelligence, new business models, cloud computing, additive manufacturing, supply chain, and big data. So these are the, we call the 11 pillars of technological advancement. Now look at the workforce transformation in Malaysia. Malaysia also applying these 11 pillars of technological advancements in industries, in education, in the university, colleges, in the education sector, and also they are applying in territory. That means technical and vocational education and training, TVET. If you look at here, so all these 11 pillars of technological advancements, the Malaysia also using for their workforce transformation. Next, look at the Industry 4.0 framework. That means if you look at here, this 3D printing, then automations, all these things, Internet of Things, all are interconnected. So they integrate, then they analyze and visualize. So all components are integrated together, come up with the framework of Industry 4.0. Next. If you look at this slide, Healthcare 4.0, that is used for human society. That means that is applied to the healthcare of human society. So look at here, these are the components of Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0, revolution of Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0, Society 5.0, reality, augmented reality, or virtual reality 2.0, quality of life 4.0, education 4.0, and the healthcare 4.0. So this area also very, very important for the human society, the better life of human society. Next, look at the fourth industrial revolution and healthcare for human society. So in that case, you look at here, the Industry 4.0 standards, we call I4S, that employs technologies for automation and data exchange through cloud computing, big data, Internet of Things, forms of wireless internet, 5G technologies, cryptography, the use of semantic database design, augmented reality AR, and virtual reality VR, content-based image retrieval, CBI, and so on. The advent of the fourth industrial revolution, which combines the physical, digital, biological spaces based on the information and communication technology, ICT, is changing the paradigm of the healthcare industry. Next. Okay, look at some tipping points of fourth industrial revolution for human society. Okay, if you look at the first tipping points, that is 10% of the people wearing clothes connected to the internet. So we are assuming that by 2025 that will be happening. Okay. 1 trillion sensor connected to the internet. The first robotic pharmacist in US will be developed. And if you look at the first 3D printing car will be in production. And then if you look at, 90% of the population will be using smartphones. Okay, and 90% of the population with regular access in internet. And the last one is the first transplant of a 3D printed liver. That means in that time, we're expecting by 2025, the 3D printing liver will be developed. And this is very, very important for the betterment of human life. Next. So look at the fourth industrial revolution and its application in smart home healthcare for human society. So if you look at here, if this is the smart care home, so in the home, so there will be different kinds of technology will be used there. For example, home view, that will early emergency detection can be done by the home view. Secure intelligence, home view management will be there. And there will be the robot. We call the robot is Care or Robot 4. So this already is developed, and that can be used for the household task, delivering products, cleaning, that can be used for cooking, support the patients, and also the entertainment. The smart message chair, that will be heating systems, disease protection. With the chair, they can protect the disease, body position sensing, so they can sensing the body position. All this will be done by the smart message chair. Okay, now smart clothes. If you look at the smart clothes, this will be integrated with activity sensors, respiration sensors. There will be respiration sensor. There will be hair sensors. So all will be connected with the smart clothes. Next. Okay, look at here. This is the smart homes for elderly healthcare. This is one of the applications of Industrial Revolution 4.0. So this here, if you look at here, okay, there will be wearable sensors. That means you connect it with your body, and that can measure your ECG, your motion, your blood pressure, all these things. Then remote service platform, that will include the e-health and the maintenance, emergency call. Any problem happen, emergency call, we call the remote service platform. There will be home automation. There will be energy management. There will be home security systems. There will be environment monitoring, and there will be sleep monitoring systems, and also activity detections, fall detection. We call the smart mobility. So this will be the revolution for the healthcare industry for elderly people. Next. Okay, look at the fourth industrial revolution and its applications in healthcare for human society. So there will be the use of telemedicine. In telemedicine, so no need to come, the patient no need to come to the doctor. So they can go through the internet, they can connect it, they can see what happened to the patients, and based on the patient's conditions or disease, they can give the medicine. Okay. Then next one is the virtual home assistance. That means no need to go to doctor. So there will be apps we call the virtual healthcare virtual assistance app that will guide you. That will guide you if you have any problem in health. So they will frequently ask you the questions. Based on your questions, they will give you the suggestions. Okay. Next, virtual reality and augmented reality. So if you look at the virtual reality, that is basically the user's perceptions of reality is completely based on the virtual informations. That means in virtual reality, the user's perception of reality is completely based on virtual informations. On the other hand, in the augmented reality, the user is provided with additional computer-generated information that enhance their perception of reality. For example, in architecture, virtual reality can be used to create a walkthrough simulations of the inside of a new building, and in the augmented reality that can be used to show a building's structures and systems superimposed on a real life view. Okay, so look at some of the pictures of virtual reality. They are used in the healthcare industry. Next, okay, look at the augmented reality. Some of the examples, the picture is given, augmented reality. So how they are going to use in the healthcare industry. And nowadays, augmented reality and virtual reality, they are combinedly used in the medical education and patient care. Okay, so in the virtual reality use of augmented reality, the human, you see human, the vein can be seen using the augmented reality. So next one, if you look at this picture, okay, there are some pictures is given here. So how the robot can help the human. Okay, so robotics can help the human. You look at here. So this is robot already developed, and they can actually monitor the patient. No need to the nurse and other people, no need to stay here for a long time. 24 hours the patient monitored by the robot. So look at there, the robot is here. So monitored by the robot, the patient monitored by the robot 24 hours, and all the things will be taken, recorded in the robots. And the next picture you look at here, so they are helping the old peoples, they are playing with the old peoples. So that means in the industry 4.0, the new way of caregiving to the elderly by robotics in healthcare for human society towards the better life. And they can play with the robots. You look at here, the old man is playing with the robots. So this is actually the benefits of Industry 4.0 towards a better life in human society. Okay, thank you very much. That's all for my side. Thank you for watching my videos. Thank you very much.
Okay, very interesting presentation from Professor Said. Now we are coming to the next session. I'm inviting Professor Sohail Said. How are you?
Hello, fine. How are you? Dr. Pamban, okay, good. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much. You are in Malacca now or in Kuala Lumpur?
Yes, in Malacca.
Still lockdown?
Yes, still, but relax. Relax,
okay.
not like very, very strict.
Okay. So, Professor, we have around 80 minutes for the Q&A. Okay.
Okay.
So I have many questions from the attendees. Okay. Around so far more than 10 questions, so we can see the first question. Okay, the first question. The first question is, you mentioned that in Industry 4.0, the biological and digital world becomes one. Now, the question is, what are challenges in the integration of the three worlds, the biological, physical, and digital? So that's the first question. Maybe you can answer one by one. Okay.
Okay, so all right. Thank you very much for the question. Very good question. Basically, if you think at the biological things, maybe you can think about the medical side, especially for augmented reality and the virtual reality. If you want to use this one in the medical science, for example, you want to do some operations, heart operations. So normally we have to cut the body, then we do the operations. Now, in terms of using the augmented or virtual reality, we need to actually cut the things. Maybe the technology can help you to see outside the original liver or heart outside. So from there you can do the the operations. So this is actually big challenges in terms of the medical industry. So I think this is the big challenges of this industry. I think that I can give the answer. Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Now we can move for the second question. In the beginning of the presentation, you highlight the business sector. The question is how businesses, the business sector, could take benefits from this revolution, industry 4.0.
Okay, thank you very much. This is also very good questions. So how actually the business can be benefited from the industry 4.0? So if you look at the definition of industry 4.0, now this is we call the cyber physical systems. That means we have to connect with all the technologies together, not only one technology now. For example, we want to integrate all the technologies, maybe the cyber security, IoT, then industrial, manufacturing things, all will be connected with each other. For example, if you look at the technology like smart office or smart cities. So what are the components of smart cities? We have smart healthcare, smart mobility, the smart, the interconnections. So I think in that terms of the business might be integrated with not only one sector, it can be integrated with different sector that can be mutually benefit with each other. So we need the integration. So there is a business for a huge the market to integration with each of the different types of things. Then we can make some business, what you call the market of the businesses will be huge. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Professor. Now we also have questions. It said that education 4.0 is currently one of the impact of the development of industry 4.0. Now the question is, what are the characteristics of the education 4.0? So that's the question.
Thank you very much. This is a very good question and related to our university and also educations. So now if you look at there, so in the traditional education, what we do, we go to the class, we take the lesson, we give the lesson, we teach in a the conventional way. So we give the notes and the students will take a lesson to us and they learn we call the book based or the lesson based their educations. But if you think about the industry 4.0 in sense of education, now we need to link with the industry. We have to link with the industry. That means our education must be linked with the current trend of our revolution. What are the new changes is coming? Because your educations, like our university, is behind the industry level. Because the industry, if you look at the industry, they are far ahead from the the education sector. That's why we have to incorporate with the industry, so that what the industry is doing, we must have to link with the industry-based education. That is, we call the industry 4.0. In terms of education 4.0, we must have to link with the industry-based education. That's why now we are linked with the project, all these things, applying the fund using the industry. Okay, so this is very important. We have to link with the industry-based some project, and we have to link with our education as well. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now we move to the next questions. The question is how healthcare industry, especially in the situation of COVID-19 pandemic, influenced by the artificial intelligence.
Okay, all right. Very. I mean the perfect questions for today. How the COVID-19, right? So now, if you look at the technology is already developed. How do you know this patient is attacked by COVID-19? You cannot see, right? The patient already affected by the COVID-19, but you cannot see. But how do you detect this one? So there are some technologies already developed. If you look at China, they developed, the some glasses, very, I mean what you call the innovative glasses, and that can detect from the far this patient is attacked by COVID-19. So now look at the COVID-19. What are the characteristics? First characteristic is the temperature will be very high, correct? So if you look at from the far, maybe 20 meters, so the glass, I mean this is we call the maybe camera or some kinds of glass that can detect the temperature of each of the human beings. So from there, it can detect that maybe we predict this person is temperature is very high. Maybe this is affected by COVID-19. So you see this one of the things. Or maybe we can use some kinds of, what you call the robot. Maybe from far they can also analyze using the machine learning or artificial intelligence, some technologies. They can also detect the patient. This person is attacked by the COVID-19. Even nowadays we are predicting that maybe the COVID-19, based on the data, how far it can go, how long it can stay, okay, when it will be finished. So this is also using some machine learning things. Okay, I think you can get the answer. Even we can use what you call the predictions. Also one of the things we can look at how the academic pandemic can be affected in future, when it will be finished. Okay, I think this is the answer for your question.
Okay, you mentioned early, you give an example from China. Maybe you also could give, I don't know, maybe a best practice or example in Malaysia, how this artificial intelligence help in reducing or mitigating this COVID-19.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah.
Because Malaysia, what Malaysia actually done, so once this is happened, they actually strategically they stop all the communications. Immediately, this is the first step. The COVID-19, once these symptoms is happen, what we need to do? We need to separate with each other. Okay, so we cannot mix with each other. That means we have to be separate from each other, each cluster. So what Malaysia actually is doing, they are actually clustering. That means they don't want to mix up the people with each other. They have some strategy, like you have to maintain your distance. Okay, you have to stay back your home. You cannot mix up the people with the close distance, because this is very sensitive. So if you touch, anywhere the COVID-19 patient, you touch the COVID-19 patient, so it will be transmitted to your body. So that's why the Malaysian government actually they did the very nice policy. You cannot mix up. Even you go to the shopping mall, it's open, but you have to maintain your distance. You have to use the mask. You have to use the sanitization. Okay, this is one thing. Another thing, they have also, maintain the what do you call the medicine. They have a lot of the medicine already there. So they also keep the patient to other places until at least 14 days. Once they're already okay, then only release them. So this is the way the Malaysia is controlling.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So we still have many questions here. Okay. Now we'll give you the next question. What kind of future robotics innovations do you see in the future?
What is the question? What kind of
future robotics innovation do you see in the future?
Yeah, one of the examples just now I told you, the robot can detect the maybe different kinds of the diseases like the COVID-19. So the technology can be incorporated into the robots. So robot can analyze, and then they can predict that this person is attacked with the COVID-19. Okay, number one. Maybe in the medical industry, if you look at the medical industry, the robot is actually using as a assistance. They can monitor the patient for 24 hours. Even the robot can give the suggestions to the patients. So the artificial intelligence in the smart robot, in the later on, maybe they can work with us as a co-worker. That means you can discuss with the robot. In future, it can be happen. So that means we can talk to the robot. They can discuss with us like human being, and then come up with some decisions like this. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Next question is, in your slide you mentioned that the AI will create 2.3 million of jobs and remove 1.8 million of jobs. So could you give example of new jobs in the future so that we can prepare for the future?
Yeah. So if you look at here, the artificial intelligence, especially for the job in AI, if you look at the prediction, there are a lot of data is already there. Big data analytics, there are a lot of jobs is there because the big data is already developed. The trillions data is already there. You look at the data for the medical data. You look at the data for the telecommunication data, Telkom data. I think Telkom University, they have a lot of data, there, like the customer satisfactions. So actually the data is there. If you think about you want to use the AI or predictions, the machine learning things, in that case we need the analytics, data analyst. So especially for in the data analyst, there are huge number of jobs is available. So you can concentrate on, especially for data analytics or data analysis or data analysts. So they have a very good job for still in this market.
Okay, so despite the new jobs in the future, you also mentioned that around 1.8 million jobs will be gone. So could you please also give examples? Students, for example, try to avoid learn things that in the future the job will be gone.
Okay, I tell you the job, basically the job for the repeating job. Repeating job will be taken by the robot. For example, if you go for the manufacturing company, so there you need to replace the the product. For example, one product you replace and take to another places. So how many times you have to take this one? In the physical labor, very difficult to work maybe 24 hours to replace the the product or things from one place to another places. So this repetitive job will be actually the reduced by the robot. So robot will take all this repetitive job. But still, if you think about the technology developing, that means now what we are doing, we are challenging world is coming. That means we need to integrate the things with each other. Individually, maybe the medical industry is not individual components. Maybe medical industry is linked with the home as well. For example, the e-health systems. That means this is also connected with our home, connected with the office. Even in the agriculture maybe products is also connected with different companies. So these other things will be connected with each other. That means in terms of IoT connections with the internet, there will be huge job is actually producing. That means what we need to do, the most important thing is we need to develop our skills. This is most important. We have to develop our skills. We cannot stay back our old fashioned works. So we have to develop ourselves, no other options. You have to develop yourself, create new skills. Then there will be no problem for that person who create new skills. There is available job is there. You have to adapt with the trend of our, the revolutions. Otherwise, you have to be lost your job.
Okay, great. So the next question. The technological leap bring many benefits, but usually it will also bring negative side effects. Now, the question is, what is the correct or right holistic perspective to minimize these negative effects?
Just now I answered this question. Actually, we have to be adapt to new skills. This is the only one solution for us. You cannot stay back the old skills. You have to adopt with new skills if you want to survive. Okay, no other options. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Next question is, you mentioned about the cyber physical system, also the Internet of Things. Now, could you elaborate more? Is there any difference between the two, the CPS, cyber physical system, and the IoT?
Yeah, IoT is one of the part of CPS. Cyber physical system is the human, machines, and all the things will be work together. So this is IoT is one of the part of CPS. That means, if, for example, I give you one example there. If you want to make a smart home, so what you need? You need the IoT things, correct? You need the internet. So you need to connect with other places. For example, you need to connect with the maybe medical center. If you need any emergency things, the apps is there. So apps will alert you and link with the doctors or maybe the medical industry, center. Immediately they can take care of you. Or maybe you want to monitor, for example, your father at home. How you monitor your father at home once you are in the office? So how? So there will be the IoT things will be there. There will be connection with the internet, and your phone got the apps. These apps can monitor your parents 24 hours. That means the camera is inside your house. So anything wrong, so anything fall down, so the app will trigger you, give the message that your father is fallen down, or you can monitor from your phone. So these are the actually connection. This is one of the part of CPS, cyber physical systems.
Okay. We have another question here. What kind of business will Industry 4.0 give the most benefit or beneficial?
There are a lot of kinds of businesses there. Just now I tell you that maybe most of the things is internet-based business, like this COVID pandemic. So we are also doing some, the internet-based business, like you give the order, the products they send back to your home. So these kind of things, food delivery kinds of things, like the what you call the Food Panda. Some kinds of apps is already developed. So from your home, you just give the the order, and the food will be comes to your door. Or you can order any of the the products. So nowadays the shopping malls, they also open for the delivery by online. So you just order this one. So there is a lot of huge the scope for online business is there. You can sell your product online. No need to go to the the places there. You can do your business using the Facebook online. Some of the portal is there. So this is quite the opportunity for us. You can do business online. This is also one of the areas you can explore.
Okay. Yeah. So the other question is how the penetration of CPS will help businesses to improve their productivity and also the profitability.
Just now I give the examples that So you can do your business at home. You make a product, you can give in the Facebook, or you can create your own website, and then you can promote through the social media, and then they will order the product, then you can sell the product. So this is the opportunity for you. Nowadays, lot of opportunity, anything you can sell, you can do online. No need to go to your, the shopping mall. So you can do your business from home as well. Home food delivery, home delivery, anything you want to do, you can do it. Okay, this is the big opportunity, because the the COVID pandemic, that is actually give us the lesson. What are the lessons? Even at home, we can do everything. We can communicate with each other. Now we are communicating with each other, right? We're supposed to go to Yogyakarta, but we are not going here. We're standing at the home, but still we can continue our the works. We are not stopping anything. So this is the the lesson we learned from here. Business, in terms of business, in terms of education, we are doing the educations. All these lectures, all these things is taken by the online. Even online exams we are taking, online assessments, everything we are doing. So this is a good lesson from the COVID-19. This is a good side of these things. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Now we move to the next questions. Industrial 4.0 takes part in many disciplines in the information technology and also material fields. Of course, many universities have many disciplines.
Correct.
Now, not only in the technological, but also in the social field. Now, how can this social field take part in Industry 4.0?
Yeah, we have a communication. Everything we communicate with each other through the online. You see, this is the CPS. We are using the cyber physical systems. Okay. For example, social media. We have the Facebook, Twitter. We can communicate with each other. Anything we can go through the go through the connection with each other. This is one of the part of Industry 4.0. We are communicate with each other, not only one sector, but we are integrated with each sector. That's why examples, all the things is actually interconnected. Whatever doing now, this is actually connected with Industry 4.0. We're connected with each other, doing these things. In the education, we are teaching. So this is also in the food industry, they are selling the product through the online. This is also one of the part of Industry 4.0. You go to the manufacturing sector, maybe the car manufacturers, they have the artificial intelligence, they have the robot, so they are manufacturing the cars. So this is also, you can go for the 3D printing. I just talk about the 3D printing. Maybe in future, the human kidney, human liver can be developed through the 3D printing technologies. So this is actually the the good side of the Industry 4.0. We can do it, but the challenges, of course, challenges is there. You have to develop your skills. Okay.
Okay. So the next question is, you mentioned, you explained about real-time intelligence. So could you explain more? What is the what do you mean by real-time intelligence?
Real-time intelligence, nowadays you are using the robot, right? So robot, maybe we can come up with a smart robot. Look at the robot like the Sophia. Sophia is what kind of robot? This is not a normal robot. So the AI component is given inside the Sophia's chip. So that means the knowledge, all these things we can put inside the robot. Even this robot can, once we talk to the Sophia, it's talking like the human beings. That means the intelligence things you can use not only for the the talk, but maybe in other places. Like for example, I told you, maybe in the future we can use the robot as our co-worker. We can discuss with the robot. Now we can come up with the maybe the the complex decisions, because we have given the intelligence to the robot. So maybe they can do the faster the decisions. They can discuss with us. So these are the things in future. In future, we look at the future, it can be happened. So in future, we can work with the robot as well, co-worker. Okay.
Okay. Now the next question is, How people beyond the engineering, such as from social, humanities, economics, to take the most benefit from Industry 4.0?
How the engineer can get the benefits, right?
How the people beyond the engineering, such as social, humanities, economics, take the most advantage from the Industry 4.0.
Oh, okay. Okay, that means other people, how they can, instead of engineering, how they can get the benefits from the Industry 4.0. Okay, now look at the one of the examples I gave you. For example, the accounting people. Okay, so accounting or the business people. So they might have developed their skills also to link up with the Industry 4.0. How? For example, now the accounting, so they also doing some kinds of accounting that is integrated with the, related with the Industry 4.0. For example, maybe the online accounting systems. That means, and online systems can be used instead of human. That means maybe in the robotic, they call the account, some kinds of account robots, some kinds of terms they use. So that means the robot can be used as an accountant. You got my point? That means the whole system we put inside the, in such a way in the system, maybe in the robot or in the systems, so they can give you the, the use as a accountant. Okay, so in the business or others, maybe they can think about this part, how they can incorporate their technology in using the AI, so they can be used as the businessman. You got my point. In the future, maybe we can think about the future. We can come up with some kinds of the algorithms or maybe robots that can help all the sectors. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next question is there any AI or some algorithms that can detect disease?
Yes, of course. I already talked about this one. So now the prediction. That means the algorithm is developed by who? The human beings, right? So if you can give the algorithm inside the algorithm, so you give the all these symptoms for example the COVID-19. What are the symptoms? So if we give this one in the AI, using the AI algorithms, of course it can detect any kind of disease, any kind of things. Even I think in the what you call in the health industry, they do the the X-ray, right? So maybe X-ray can give the the X-ray report, and from there maybe they can, AI can be, the algorithm can be used there. So maybe from there they can detect the disease. This is nowadays is developing. I think nowadays the medical industry is already developed. They can detect the disease based on maybe the images, this X-ray image or some other images can possible.
Okay, so the next question is still related with the previous one. So, is the accuracy of the AI in detecting such disease is acceptable? I mean, it has like accuracy that can be accepted by the healthcare professional.
I think can, because the AI, what AI, the machine learning, right? You learn the machine, right? So whatever give you the algorithm, so based on the, we call the threshold value is maybe it's not 100% correct. So we should put a threshold value. Maybe in the medical industry it's quite higher, maybe more than 90%. So if 90% accuracy is coming from the AI algorithms, I think this should be acceptable. So we need to come up with the the trial, the data. We have to see first in the real world and using the AI how this is the difference of these things. If they are very close, then we can accept.
Okay. Now the next question is about privacy and security, cyber security. You also explained in the presentation. So the question is, what are issues in the privacy and also cybersecurity in the industry 4.0?
Okay, this is very difficult actually. Your privacy is very difficult to control this one. If you look at here, every people are using the Facebook, the Twitter. Then this is controlled by like the Facebook. There is a Facebook. I mean the owner, or so it is very difficult. We don't know whether our data is secured or not. So how we can actually the control in that case? Maybe in the government policy, maybe they can do some restriction over the data, or maybe in the company level is okay. We can restrict our the data, but in terms of social media, I think this is quite difficult for save your data, because you already given the data to Facebook. So data is already given. So we don't know what Facebook is doing for your data. Maybe they can disclose your data. So you are talk each time you are talking, this data also recorded in their server. So we don't know also how we protect this one. Only the you have to protect yourself. Maybe you don't give the data. Okay, you don't give the data, then only you can protect yourself. But this is a very challenging thing. We cannot say that we are safe in terms of cyber security. But yes, there are some I mean the product is there. Maybe they can save your data in the office data. Maybe your personal data you already giving to the so many social medias. So your Twitter, you are using the Facebook. So we cannot assure that the data will be the secure, because this is given by the control by some other the things. Okay, so this is very difficult. But its own data, yes. In the office data, yes, we can protect using some software is there. We can protect from others. Look at the banking data. So how they protect? Because they have their own technology is there. But social media data, I cannot say that you are safe. Okay, sometimes they ask you to your what you call the data can be recorded something. So if you allow, maybe you can connect with your phone. They can monitor your phone. So this is very dangerous. So you should not allow so many things. You have to read first properly. Don't allow your the phone to the read or take the pictures or control. So you have to avoid all these things. Then you will be little bit safer. But still, data is given to the Facebook, Twitter, so you cannot save your data. Okay.
Okay. So related with the previous question, now the next question is, what kind of policy? You mentioned earlier about the policy. So what kind of policy that can protect the privacy of the data? Because data are distributed everywhere.
You cannot do anything because the policy will be coming from the the government level. So government can stop this one, then only can, because they can control. But your personal level, I don't think so. You can control your data already given to the Facebook. How you control? Because already given. So maybe in the in the government level, they can block the data. They can protect. Okay. So from our side, only we can what we can do. We can delete our Facebook account. All these things we cannot. We don't communicate with each other. Then only can save, because we cannot. You look at here, we already given the data. So how you save your data? Yeah. Only you have to be careful. What kind of data you are giving? You have to be careful.
Okay. Okay. The next question is, what are the impact of the malware attack also ransomware attack in the industry 4.0?
That's what I told you. Listen, you have to protect yourself. That means your data, if your Facebook data, Twitter data, you cannot do anything. Only the data you can control your own data. That means in the office can control. So they can give some firewalls or some other, the software that can protect the malware things. Otherwise, you cannot do anything. Okay.
Yeah. So we move to the next question. You explain about blockchain in the presentation. So what is the role of the blockchain in the industry 4.0?
Oh, that is very good. I think this areas. Also, this is a very prominent area of you can work on the blockchain. So the blockchain basically they save your data block by block. That means, for example, you have the different kinds of data. Okay, you have a server, for example. In the server, you can save your data, and each of the data will be saved block by block. So that means there is a chain of block. You're saving your data. That means in terms of your security, and the blockchain technology is very secured technology. So I think this is a very good areas to be worked on in future. Also, there will be a lot of the works will be done on blockchain to protect your data. This is one of the very good areas. I think very good, the blockchain technology.
Okay. The next question related to the blockchain. I think the attendee asked about the cryptocurrency in the industry 4.0 era. So what do you see now and in the future about this cryptocurrency, which is based on blockchain technology?
Yeah, this is a very prominent areas, I think. Now in the future, maybe there will be digital money. There will be no, the money we touch. Digital money. So there will be the banking sector, all the sectors, maybe they are come up with the cryptocurrency. So there is a future for our banking sectors. In terms of your transactions, all this will be cryptocurrency. It is coming. I think in future we're going to use this technology.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the industry 4.0 environment, you mentioned about the internet of data, internet of people, internet of services, and also internet of things. Now the question is, what are challenges in connecting those elements in the industry 4.0 environment?
Yeah, this is the big challenges, how you integrate all the things together. Okay, that means you want to integrate with IoT, you want to integrate with the security, you want to integrate all these things. It's a quite challenging things, because if you look at that, just told you, the smart cities, okay, or smart homes. So maybe we need to connect with the health and centers. So we need to connect IoT. We need to have the internet connections. So it might be sometimes if the internet is not good, so there is a challenge, we cannot connect with each other. So the connections with each of the component is quite challenging. But maybe in future the technology will be connected, so we can work together.
Okay, thank you, Professor. We still have more questions here. The next question is how computing will improve the space technology. In your presentation, you have mentioned about the pillar, if I'm not mistaken, about the pillar in the industry 4.0, and one of the pillar is in the space technology. So how this computing will improve this?
Yeah, this is one of the areas, the space. Now you see, we are in the here ground. So how we can connect with the space? So we use the space technology, satellite. We take the satellite, so we can connect. Maybe there's some sort of the components will be in the space. Okay. Now, if you want to take any things from the space, like IoT, maybe Internet of Things will be we can set there. So now we can connect with the in the ground. Then we can take all the informations from there. So this is one of the areas nowadays we want. Maybe we want in the future stay in the space. Then how you want to stay in the space? So you need to monitor first. You need to go there first. That means the satellite descend to the space. So still they are working on that, whether this is the human can stay in that area or not. Some people also they start buying the what you call the land in the space. Okay, so that means in future maybe people will stay there. So this is also one of the the space technologies can be use the IR 4.0 technologies. Okay.
Okay. The next question is about the business model in the Industry 4.0. So what will be the new business model in this era?
Just now I discussed with a lot of examples there. New business model in the COVID-19 pandemic. What is the new business model? In the food industry, the online. Everything will be the online. So this is the trend. We can use the online things. We can do our business. Anything we can do through the online. Using the social media, you can create your own website. Then you can do your business. So this is the, I think also we are start working on this environment. All right.
Okay. Next question is about the biotechnology. How this IT, information technology, contribute to the development of biotechnology?
Yeah, already I explained that in the health industry, already biotechnology, that means you can use augmented reality or the virtual reality. So you can do your operations using this technology. Or maybe nanotechnology is also new technologies that also using in the medical industry to detect the or cancer cells. They can also use this nanotechnology to detect the cancer cell. So this is also one of the areas can be explored.
Okay. The next question is about the framework of the Industry 4.0. Now, the question is, what are challenges for making all components in the framework becomes connected?
Yeah, that is the challenge. That is the framework. We need to connect with each other. Okay, for example, you need to connect the internet. We need to connect the IoT. We need to connect all the components together. So this is a big challenge. So this is actually we are in the era of Industry 4.0. We have to develop our skills so that we know how to connect with each other. That means this is not only one component. We are connected with health. We are connected with agriculture. We are connected with in IoT. We are connected with cyber security. So all the components. This is the framework for Industry 4.0 that we have to know now. Now we are actually, this is the challenge, how we connect with each other. Now we are doing these things. We cannot say that we have already completed. Still we are working on that. And also this is a good challenge. This is a big challenge for us to how we can connect it with each other.
Okay. Next question. You mentioned that one of the key technology in Industry 4.0 is cybersecurity. Now the question is how the method or techniques in encryption techniques or cryptography will help the Industry 4.0 in terms of the data protection.
Yeah, one of the actual solution we already talked we call the blockchain. Blockchain is the one of the solutions for that. I think this is, it can be used for the cyber security, and also the cryptography things is already there. So maybe the blockchain, one of the solutions for that.
Okay. Yeah. Now we still have 3 more questions here. Now, the next question is, what are the roles of healthcare 4.0 in this COVID-19 era?
That's a good question, eh? So how we can help the people, right? So we are helping the people, in terms of we are analyzing the COVID-19, the affected people, and Industry 4.0. I just give it examples like this: the smart, the glasses that can see from the in the far. This is the patient is, maybe the COVID-19 affected, or maybe the robot can also see, detect. Maybe robot can help also. Nowadays, the robot is using for the COVID-19 also patient. Yes, the people are not touching, so they use the robot also. So this is one of the, the best implementation of using robot to go for the treatment for the COVID-19 patient. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Question is still coming here. So the next question is, when will cryptocurrency replace the traditional currency? What is the driver that forces it?
A difficult question, this one, because I cannot say that it will be start from maybe 2 years, 3 years, very soon. Maybe within 5 years, or maybe within 10 years, it will be happened. So I cannot say how long it takes time, but it is already started. I think China is going to start most probably. So maybe we can say that maybe within 5 years, we can see some of the, but not in the whole world. Maybe some of the places in the world, maybe they will start this cryptocurrency. Already started, I think. Okay. So I think the whole world maybe it takes another maybe 10 years to 20 years times, but maybe some places it will start very soon.
Okay, so the related question is, what is the driver that boost the development of cryptocurrency? What is the driver that forces the development of cryptocurrency?
Yeah, very, a technical question, but maybe one of the solutions using the blockchain is emerging, technologies, so that can be maybe used for the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, yeah.
There will be a lot of, the technologies will be developed in the meantime. I cannot say only the blockchain. Maybe there will be a lot of technologies in the meantime will be developed. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Still related questions. How about the regulation should be for the cryptocurrency?
This is very difficult questions, because depends upon the the government policy. I cannot say how this will be, but I think this depends upon the country to country. This is, I cannot say what will be regulation.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Another question is, you also explain about telemedicine. Yeah, in the slide. What are issues and challenges in the implementation of the telemedicine?
Yeah, you look at, I think given one picture there. So maybe the telemedicine, like you, I talk with you, so the doctor can talk with the patient. They can actually monitor through the screen. Maybe the challenge is here. Maybe through the screen, the monitoring the things may not be actually the seen by the the face to face. So maybe the inside your body very difficult in telemedicine. Maybe initially, maybe if you have fever or maybe some other skin disease, it's okay. They can spot, they can monitor. This is okay, but for inside your body, then telemedicine, I think it will be difficult. Maybe in future there will be technologies will be coming. Maybe the things will be in the patient house also, so they can give all the information to the doctor. Doctor can do the things.
Okay. The next question, what are open problems in the augmented reality and virtual reality research?
Augmented reality and virtual reality, right? I told you the augmented reality and virtual reality. So you think about the augmented reality, that means you can see the, the picture of, maybe you want to do the some heart or brain operation. So this is very, very sensitive, very, very sensitive for the, once you go for the operations. That means augmented reality or virtual reality, the things you are imagining that your heart is in the outside. So that means picture of the heart will be coming outside. So you are actually touching outside things, but the operation will be in the, maybe the ray, through the ray inside your body. So that is very, very sensitive. So this is also very risky. That means we have to be very careful about this augmented reality. This is also dangerous. But nowadays, I think the technology already developed. They come up with the 100%, the accuracy. So they do the operations using the augmented reality and also the virtual reality. They are successful, 100% successful. So, but this is very challenging and very risky. Maybe some of the doctors may not be. Who knows? Because these things is coming in outside. So you are touching thing that outside, you are seeing outside, what actually is you are doing the operation inside the body. So this is a challenge, big challenges. Anything can be happened.
Yeah. Okay, so the we're still receiving question, Professor. So in the next question, there are so many platforms in blockchain, such as Ethereum and so on and so on. What, in your opinion, what is the future platform of the blockchain?
Yeah, blockchain, you can use a lot of places in blockchain, especially for any kind of data. Any kind of data, if you want to protect, you can use the blockchain. Okay, it can be the banking data, your personal data, your medical data, your IoT data. So all kinds of data, if you want to protect, you can use the blockchain. So this is a very good platform. I tell you, this is a very good platform for all kinds of data. You can be saved in the secure platform.
Okay. Next question here. Due to this COVID-19 pandemic, do you think this pandemic will decrease the development of the technology in Industry 4.0, or the opposite one? So it won't affect the development of Industry 4.0.
Actually, there are pros and cons. Both is there. Okay, if you look at the difficulties, that means we cannot go outside. Maybe we cannot do some integration, IoT things, because we need the physical appearance in that sense. But if you look at the business point of view, online business is very good. Okay, online business is very good. But in terms of physical appearance, that sector, I think we are losing that sector. But for online activities, online business, I think very good. So there are pros and cons is there. Of course, we cannot say that this will be very benefit and this will be very, not benefit, not like this. Both we have here. Okay. But we have to look at the which area actually. Physical appearance, of course, we are losing a lot of things. But in terms of maybe business part of view, a lot of business is actually opening online.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So that's the last question.
Thank you very much.
We have answered around 20 questions, so that's quite
that's quite good, right? Quite good, interesting question.
Yeah, for the time and also for the answer. So now we come to the end of this session. Okay. Now, before ending the session, probably the host would like to take the picture Okay. So the host will take the picture. Yeah. So I will count 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then the free expression, Professor. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Professor.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much, Dr. Parman. Nice to see you. Hopefully see you in future also.
Yeah, of course. So on behalf of the ICOICT committee, I would like to say thank you for the professor. Okay. Now we come to the end of the tutorial session. Once again, thank you, Professor.
Thank you also. Thank you to you also.
Explanation, the answers. Now the next tutorial will be held at 3 p.m. We have around 25 minutes break, and then we can continue for the next tutorial session, for the second session.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you to everyone who have asked so many great questions. Thank you very much. Good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oh, baiklah.
The special region of Yogyakarta is a provincial-level autonomous region which is the only officially recognized monarchy within the government of Indonesia. There are many famous places such as Malioboro, the major shopping street where a lot of goods is being sold, and Tugu Jogja, which is an important historical landmark in the city of Yogyakarta. The other exciting place is 0 Point Kilometer, one of the most favorite hangouts for young people. And then there is Keraton Yogyakarta, the place where the Sultan and his family lived. Another iconic place is Taman Sari, the site of a former royal garden of the Sultanate. It is located about 2 kilometers south of the Keraton Yogyakarta. And of course, there is also a public research university accredited as one of the most prestigious university in Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Yogyakarta is also famous for its natural beauty. There is exotic Gunung Merapi, the most active volcano in Indonesia. And then there's a magnificent beach named Parangtritis, which is laden with mystical tales. Local folklore believe it is the place to meet the Queen of the South. They call her Nyai Roro Kidul. In Yogyakarta, there's a popular temple, Candi Prambanan, the largest Hindu temple site in Indonesia and the second largest in Southeast Asia. Far from Yogyakarta, in Magelang, there is also a temple called Borobudur, the largest Buddhist temple in the world. To reach Yogyakarta, government has built a new international airport and it's already fully operated since April 2020. Besides iconic places and natural beauty, Yogyakarta also have traditional dance called Sendratari Ramayana, visualization of the epic Ramayana saga. This dance usually performed in many places, such as at Hindu temple Prambanan.
There are now more confirmed cases of the new coronavirus outside China than in the country, and the World Health Organization says the hotbed of new infections has shifted.
Europe has now become the epicenter of the pandemic.
Bahwa optimisme kita, COVID-19 ini bisa disembuhkan.
Unfortunately, as a result of COVID-19 outbreaks, the Yogyakarta City Tourism Office currently closed several tourist destinations. Let's hope this pandemic is going to over soon.
Every aspect of learning, or any other feature of intelligence, can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. An attempt will be made to find out how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves.
The special region of Yogyakarta is a provincial-level autonomous region which is the only officially recognized monarchy within the government of Indonesia. There are many famous places such as Malioboro, the major shopping street where a lot of goods is being sold. The special region of Yogyakarta is a provincial-level autonomous region which is the only officially recognized monarchy within the government of Indonesia. There are many famous places such as Malioboro, the major shopping street where a lot of goods is being sold, and Tugu Jogja, which is an important historical landmark in the city of Yogyakarta. The other exciting place is 0 Point Kilometer, one of the most favorite hangouts for young people. And then there is Keraton Yogyakarta, a place where the Sultan and his family lived. Another iconic place is Taman Sari, the site of a former royal garden of the Sultanate. It is located about 2 kilometers south of the Keraton Yogyakarta. And of course, there is also a public research university accredited as one of the most prestigious university in Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Yogyakarta is also famous for its natural beauty. There is exotic Gunung Merapi, the most active volcano in Indonesia. And then there is a magnificent beach named Parangtritis, which is laden with mystical tales. Local folklore believe it is the place to meet the Queen of the South. They call her Nyai Roro Kidul. In Yogyakarta, there's a popular temple, Candi Prambanan, the largest Hindu temple site in Indonesia and the second largest in Southeast Asia. Far from Yogyakarta, in Magelang, there is also a temple called Borobudur, the largest Buddhist temple in the world. To reach Yogyakarta, government has built a new international airport and it's already fully operated since April 2020. Besides iconic places and natural beauty, Yogyakarta also have traditional dance called Sendra Tari Ramayana, visualization of the epic Ramayana saga. This dance usually performed in many places, such as at Hindu temple Prambanan.
There are now more confirmed cases of the new coronavirus outside China than in the country, And the World Health Organization says the hotbed of new infections has shifted.
Europe has now become the epicenter of the pandemic.
Gambaran bahwa optimisme kita, COVID-19 ini bisa disembuhkan.
Informasi selanjutnya, wabah virus corona mulai berdampak pada pengguna.
Unfortunately, as a result of COVID-19 outbreaks, the Yogyakarta City Tourism Office currently closed several tourist destinations. Let's hope this pandemic is going to over soon.
Every aspect of learning, or any other feature of intelligence, can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. An attempt will be made to find out how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves.
The special region of Yogyakarta is a provincial-level autonomous region which is the only officially recognized monarchy within the government of Indonesia. There are many famous places such as Malioboro, the major shopping street where a lot of goods is being sold, and Tugu Jogja, which is an important historical landmark in the city of Yogyakarta. The other exciting place is 0 Point Kilometer, one of the most favorite hangouts for young people. And then there is Keraton Yogyakarta, a place where the Sultan and his family live. Another iconic place is Taman Sari, the site of a former royal garden of the Sultanate. It is located about 2 kilometers south from the Keraton Yogyakarta. And of course, there is also a public research university and credited as one of the most prestigious university in Indonesia, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Yogyakarta is also famous for its natural beauty. There is exotic Gunung Merapi, the most active volcano in Indonesia. And then there's a magnificent beach named Parangtritis, which is laden with mystical tales. Local folklore believe it is the place to meet the Queen of the South. They call her Nyai Roro Kidul. In Yogyakarta, there's a popular temple, Candi Prambanan, the largest Hindu temple site in Indonesia and the second largest in Southeast Asia. Far from Yogyakarta, in Magelang, there is also a temple called Borobudur, the largest Buddhist temple in the world. To reach Yogyakarta, government has built a new international airport and it's already fully operated since April 2020. Besides iconic places and natural beauty, Yogyakarta also have traditional dance called Sendra Tari Ramayana, visualization of the epic Ramayana saga. This dance usually performed in many places, such as at Hindu temple Prambanan.
There are now more confirmed cases of the new coronavirus outside China than in the country, and the World Health Organization says the hotbed of new infections has shifted.
Europe has now become the epicenter of the pandemic.
Gambaran bahwa optimisme kita, COVID-19 ini bisa disembuhkan.
Informasi selanjutnya, wabah virus corona mulai berdampak pada pengguna.
Unfortunately, as a result of COVID-19 outbreaks, the Yogyakarta City Tourism Office currently closed several tourist destinations. Let's hope this pandemic is going to over soon.
Every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. An attempt will be made to find out how to make machines use language, form abstractions and concepts, solve kinds of problems now reserved for humans, and improve themselves.
Dasar kore bocah gundu pola mujian ora kenal. Dasar kore bocah gundu kumilamu ora kenal. Bocah ora. Gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul segani dadi saratan segani dadi saratan dasar kowe cagundul dasar kowe cagundul ubra 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 us gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul segani dadi saratan segani dadi saratan dasar kowe bocah gundul pola mujian ora benar. Dasar kowe bocah gundul kuminaku ora benar. Bocah gundul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul segani dadi saratan segani dadi saratan dasar kowe cagundul dasar kowe cagundul ubra 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 us gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul pacul gundul segani dadi saratan segani dadi saratan dasar kowe bocah gundul pola mujian ora benar. Dasar kowe bocah gundul kuminaku ora benar. Bocah
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second tutorial session on ICOICT conference titled, What Can an LP Do in a Disaster? The tutorial will be delivered by Yunita Sari, PhD, and the moderator of this session is me, Ade Romadoni. Before we start to listen Miss Yunita Sari talk, I would like to introduce her briefly. Yunita Sari, PhD, is a lecturer at Department of Computer Science and Electronics, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada. She pursued her PhD from University of Sheffield, UK, with the thesis titled Neural and Non-Neural Approaches to Authorship Attribution. Her research interests are NLP, authorship attribution, author profiling, adversarial stylometry, authorship verification, and deep learning for text analysis. Okay, so in this tutorial session, first, Ms. Yunita Sari, PhD, will deliver her talk for about 40 minutes, and then we will have a question and answer session. For participants, you can ask any question by typing your question at the chat box. Okay, now, please, Ms. Yunita Sari, you can share your talk now. Time is yours.
Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So through this video, I'd like to deliver my presentation for the tutorial session of ICOICT 2020 with the title, What Can an LP Do in a Disaster? My name is Yunita Sari, currently serve as a lecturer in the Department of Computer Science and Electronics, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. So this topic is actually pretty interesting for me because my area of expertise is more on the NLP, while this year ICOICT topic is more on the disaster management or mitigation. So through this tutorial, I try to explore how NLP can be applied for disaster management or disaster mitigation purpose. All right, so we start with this image in which showing how in the disaster time communication is vital. So there are 4 parts here that needs an intense communication during the disaster time. There are government, first responder, general public, and also volunteers. So the government and first responder need to communicate and having coordination of resources, services, and also action plans. And responder to general public, probably offering services and also safety guidance. General public to responders, probably seeking medical, food, shelter aid, and safety concern. Government to general public, probably conveying a message about disaster services, emergency shelters, resource allocation, and also infrastructure maintenance. Volunteers to the government, offering aid, money, and human resources. And last but not least, among the general public itself, just to make sure that they are safe during the disaster time. All right. But in most of the time, if the scale of the disaster is big, there are a lot of damage in the infrastructure, including the communication infrastructure. So communication through phone is probably not available during that time. So here is probably we can explore social media as a way to communicate during this difficult time. All right, so there's actually a study, an international study conducted by a researcher at the University of Madrid, National Information Communication Technology Australia, and also the University of California in San Diego, in which they have found that social network activity during and in the hours following a natural disaster actually can quickly reveal the extent of damage that took place in a particular area and time period. So this is very interesting because usually collecting information regarding the damage or any other thing during the disaster time is very challenging. Another study is also conducted by the University of San Francisco MPA program that created an infographics that explains how social media is creating a major changes in the disaster recovery and response. So the highlight here is the communication is actually the key to disaster management, and then we try to explore social media as the way to communicate. So okay, so this is one of the part of the infographics from the University of San Francisco MPA program, showing how the social media take a role in the tornado season in the US. So 2011 was marked as the deadliest tornado year in the US ever because there were more than 1,000 tornadoes at that time. So at that time, a Facebook page were dedicated to tornado recovery in Joplin, and there were more than 100,000 members within days of devastating tornado. And this page is used for mobilizing volunteer and also assisting in the search for survivors. So also there's a case in Tuscaloosa in which there is a social media website called Tuscaloosa Forward that were created that let residents share ideas for rebuilding after the disaster happened. So surprisingly, there were 300 ideas shared by over 4,000 visitors. And also there's a case, a school system in Tuscaloosa posted a request for volunteer to help with school cleanup effort on social network. And then surprisingly, just within 30 minutes, 80 volunteer arrive. Okay, so this is pretty amazing. Another case is from the Japan tsunami. So there were more than 1,000 number of tsunami-related tweets sent each minute during the tsunami and resulting nuclear fallout. And there is a case here. There's one hospital in Japan located just 27 miles from the Fukushima nuclear plant, in which they desperately needed to move 80 patients away from the danger. And then probably because of the communication infrastructure is not available during that time, a hospital staff took Twitter messaging US Ambassador John Roos, who was able to alert the embassy and coordinate with Japan's ground self-defense forces, who evacuated the patient. And from this disaster, also Facebook recorded there were 4.5 million status updates from around the world containing the words Japan, tsunami, and earthquake. That 80%, 84% of total status updates. So, well, it is showing that social media is actually can be used as a communication tools during the disaster time. So there is a research work by Sakaki et al. In 2013 saying tweet as a sensory value. So they're making analogy of a tweet as a sensor. So actually the how the tweet works and how the sensor work is pretty similar in this case. But of course, the input will be different. So for Twitter, the input will be target events, and the observation was done by the Twitter user, and in some point it will create a probabilistic model, and this actually pretty similar with how the real sensor works. And in the left part, there's an image from the Sakaki et al. Works in which it's depicting how the estimation. So Sakaki et al. Trying to estimate the earthquake center based on the tweet with the several keywords, and actually it's pretty close with the actual earthquake center. Okay, another work from the early et al. In 2012, sorry, and Robinson et al. In 2013, making tweet as a social sensor. So at that time, they use tweet as earthquake detector. So this is example of the first-hand report and not first-hand report. So first-hand report is actually some kind of tweet post that created by the user in the time of the disaster when it just happened. So it's kind of like, wow, earthquake, that was a good one, and so on. Compared to the not first-hand report, it's more on the like a post that probably just created after an hours or probably more longer after the disaster time. So from this tweet posts, actually they are trying to differentiate or classify between the positive, the first-hand report and not first-hand report. And also from this tweet, they suggest some kind of future work for intensity prediction based on impact description. So usually when people tweeting about disaster, they're not just tweeting about disaster itself, but also the impact of disaster probably towards the infrastructure. So for example here, example of the tweet post, it can be classified as 6 strong in the MMI scale. All right, the other work from Aramaki et al. In 2011 about influenza epidemic detection is probably quite related with current COVID-19 pandemic situation. So they're trying to create a model that could classify tweets into 2 different classes: the positive influenza and negative influenza. So the positive one is probably more on the showing the symptoms like a bad influenza is going around in our lab. So it's probably more on the positive sign, while something like headache, you might have flu, is more on the suspicion, is probably not a positive sign. Also, other study by Takahashi et al. In 2011 trying to generate a hay fever map, which is shown in the right part of the presentation, and it is actually pretty useful for people that have pollen allergic. Yeah. Okay, so that's the example of some research work. Okay, so there is one more here. Oh, okay, this from Neubik and Matsubayashi from 2010, in which it's actually I took their their title as part of the title of this tutorial. They conducted research about safety information mining. So there are two different steps in their study. First, they're trying to do the name entity recognition and also safety information classification. So safety information classification is basically they are trying to classify the tweets into 9 different levels with its own definition. And then from that, they also extract or create or recognize the name entity, including people and location, so that they know what happened with the people in which location. For example, in this example, it can be classified into the missing, and then the people that involve are Tanaka Taro and Hanako, and the location is in the Kasanuma city. All right. So from that research work, it's actually I can conclude that there are 5 main steps that usually conduct during for the research. First is data collection. This just pretty straightforward, collecting or scraping data from the internet. It can be from social media, any social media. And also the second step is data filtering. It is pretty important because not every tweet or post with disaster keyword is related to disaster. And also annotation. This is step manual annotation to create training data, usually utilizing crowdsourcing annotation tool or employing volunteers. And the annotation result or the training data can be used for training the machine learning model, mostly supervised learning model. And the model can be used for predicting the new data. All right. So from annotation that already conducted, usually it will be resulted in a corpus development. And there were some corpus that actually share for public for free. One of them is Crisis NLP. This is probably one of the most comprehensive one. It resources for research on crisis informatic topics. And if I'm not mistaken, it consists of, if I'm not mistaken, 14 different data set related to crisis or disaster. There is also crisislex.org. This is a repository of crisis-related social media data and tools. Other resources that I can list here from the COVID-19 and NLP resources, and also some other corpus that were produced after the research work. All right, but the challenge here is actually you can see here that most of the work that have been conducted is usually using the supervised learning, and we already knew that supervised learning needs a lot of training data. So there is a problem here in creating training data. First, annotation may need a lot of effort, especially in the disaster time. Annotation by volunteers probably one of the alternative, or if there is no volunteer available, the annotation can be done using specific crowdsourcing platform in which it should be expensive to use that. And then also in some cases labeling may need expert, for example for the medical data set, and also annotation is time consuming and boring. But the fact here, actually the number of unlabeled data is far more bigger than labeled data. So the question here is, can we make use of them? Okay, so the next discussion is more on the how we could leveraging the unlabeled data. So we know that in general, the machine learning method can be divided into 3 different techniques: the supervised learning, semi-supervised learning, and unsupervised learning. And in this case, supervised learning using all labeled data in the training time and producing a supervised model, while in the semi-supervised learning, using some labeled data and a lot of unlabeled data, while unsupervised learning doesn't label data at all. So the difference between this method is actually in the how many labeled data used in the training times. For this tutorial, I'd like to focus more on the semi-supervised learning and how we could leveraging the unlabeled data. All right. So this is pretty interesting because I found this graphic showing how semi-supervised learning research paper is increasing. Yeah, the number is increasing year by year. Semi-supervised learning is probably not as popular as supervised learning, but actually the number of research in this area is increasing by year. All right. Okay. So the question here is, do we learn from both labeled and unlabeled data? So actually learning actually exists long before machine learning, right? And where or not, we human actually perform semi-supervised learning. So if we take a look in the cognitive science, in which that's how the computational model of how human learn from labeled and unlabeled data. So let's say there's a concept learning in children. X is animal and Y is a concept, for example, cat. And then children learn their surrounding, for example, from their surrounding, for example, from the parents that point out that furry white animal is cat. And then in some point, children also observe animal by themselves. So when the children see other variation of cat, they could actually observing that this is the same as the furry white animal that point out by their parents. All right. So how actually unlabeled data can be helpful here? So the concept is we actually can use accessible data to improve decision boundaries and better classify unlabeled data. So this image, these 4 graphs in the right of this presentation showing this one is the labeled data and this one the label and unlabeled data. This one, using the supervised learning, is actually can create some kind of decision boundary that differentiate the area of the rectangle and circle. But here, if we add the unlabeled data, or in which we are using the semi-supervised learning, it can shift the decision boundary. So hopefully, using the unlabeled data, we can have a more accurate prediction when it is tested in the test data. Okay, so in this tutorial, we will be discussing 3 different algorithms: self-training, pseudo-labeling, and also multi-view training. So this is this algorithm is actually not new algorithm, but I'd like to give some kind of foundation so that we could we could be more prepared when we exploring more advanced algorithm, semi-supervised algorithm. Okay, so this is the notation that will be used in this tutorial. So there's an instance X, label Y, and there's a base learner F, and we have label data XLYL, and then unlabeled data XU, in which it's available during training. And usually the unlabeled data, the number of unlabeled data is far more bigger than L. And we have N here, which is the addition of L and U, the label and unlabeled data. And also we have the test data that not available during training. All right, so this is the self-training. So self-training algorithm, it was first proposed by Yaroski in 1995 as an approach towards sense disambiguation in text document. It was used to predict the meaning of words based on their context. So this is the algorithm of the self-training. So initially, for example, we have L as the labeled data and U the unlabeled data. So what happened is we train F, the base learner, from L using supervised learning, so any kind of supervised learning algorithm. So the next step, then apply F, the model, to the unlabeled instance in U. And then the next step, remove a subset S from U, and then add the XFX, given the X member of S to L. So it's like we are trying to predict the level of unlabeled data and adding probably some of the data from the unlabeled data to the training data, and then repeating the process again until the stopping criterion is found. All right, so in the self-training, there's an assumption that once on high confidence prediction are correct. Okay, because, well, of course, there is no label in the unlabeled data. So the assumption here, one on high confidence prediction are correct. So there are some variation of self-training here. We can add a few most confident XFX to label data. Or add all the XFX, the prediction from the unlabeled data to labeled data, or add all the prediction XFX to labeled data, but weight each by confidence. Confidence here probably in the supervised learning is kind of like the probability resulted from the machine learning model. Okay. So self-training is actually a wrapper method, and the choice of F here is left completely open. So any kind of machine learning model can be used, and it's good for many real-world tasks like NLP. But there's a limitation of the self-training because the mistake by F can reinforce itself, meaning that if the best learner, the quality of the performance of base learner is not really good, it will result on the wrong prediction in the next iteration. So it is important to make sure that the quality of the training data, the label data in the first place is good in terms of the distribution of the data or the data balance. All right. Okay, and then self-training is actually can be applied to deep neural network, and this work called pseudo-labeling, it was done by Lee in 2013. Okay, so I will recap a bit about the multi-layer neural networks. Let's say we have multi-layer neural network with M layers of hidden units. So we have SK here as a nonlinear activation function of the K layer, for example, a sigmoid function. And then we have Fi here, which is the which are the output unit used for predicting target class, and also Xj, which is the input values. So we have the input and output values and some and M layers of hidden units, right? And then we have sigmoid activation function here, and also the network can be trained for the purpose of minimizing supervised loss function. So this is the loss function, where C is the number of labels, and then YI is the one of K code of the label. Okay, Fi is the network output for the ith label, and X is the input factor. And let's say we are using the sigmoid output unit, we can choose cross entropy as a loss function here, right? Okay, so I will not describing about how the training works. Probably it can be using the stochastic gradient descent in this case. So the pseudo labels actually target classes for unlabeled data as if they were true labels. So in their work, in his work, Lee picked up the class which has maximum predicted probability for each unlabeled sample. Remember that unlabeled sample doesn't have any label, right? So here, yi prime equal to 1 if I is argmax, the maximum value of the maximum predicted probability, and 0 otherwise, right? And then the pre-trained network is trained in a supervised fashion, or the network is trained in a supervised fashion with labeled and unlabeled data simultaneously. And then the overall loss function here is actually combination between the loss function of the labeled data and loss function in the unlabeled data. So here the left part is the loss function for labeled data, and the right part is loss function for unlabeled data. And there is an alpha t here. It's actually a coefficient balancing loss of labeled and unlabeled data. So there are something that we have to remember here, that the total number of labeled and unlabeled data is quite different. Means that, okay, unlabeled data, the number of unlabeled data usually bigger than labeled data, and the training balance between them is quite important for the network performance. That's why the coefficient, the choice of coefficient here need to be done very carefully. All right, because it cannot be too small or too large. So the alpha t here is slowly increased, and then it is expected to help the optimization process to avoid poor local minima, so that it is expected that pseudo label of unlabeled data are similar to true label as much as possible. So in his work, Lee set this value of alpha t based on the epoch. So t is time here is the iteration of the epoch, and t1 and t2 is a certain point in the epoch. So he set different value for t1 and t2 without pre-training and with pre-training, because he was also used the denoising autoencoder in his work. Right. The other that's for self-training, and then the other semi-supervised learning is multi-view code training. It's from Blum and Mitchell from 1998. So it is actually still an extension of self-training, but it used multiple supervised classifier. So in code training, it used 2 or more supervised classifier, and then it will iteratively train on the labeled data and adding their most confident prediction to the labeled data set of the other supervised classifier in each iteration. But here there's a note that in order for code training to succeed, it is important that the base learner are not too strongly correlated in their prediction. So here, each instance is represented by 2 set of features. X consists of x1 and x2. X1 is the first feature and x2 is the second feature. And then this is actually a natural feature split or multiple views. And the co-training idea is train F1 classifier and F2 classifier, and the two classifiers teach each other. So in the work, Plum and Mitchell at that time, they were trying to classify university website, if I'm not mistaken, using two different features. Okay. So there are some assumptions in the co-training, multi-view co-training. First is future split X1 and X2 is axis. But it's actually when using the X1 or X2 alone, it's already sufficient to train a good classifier. And X1 and X2 also conditionally independent given the class. And this is the co-training algorithm. We start with training to classifier F1 with the label data 1 and F2 with label data 2, and then classify XU with F1 and F2 separately, right? So at F1K most confident, F1 X to F2 label data, so to other classifier, to other training data, and then vice versa, and this process will be repeated until stopping criterion is met. All right, that's the code training. So there are some pros and cons regarding this algorithm. So the process code training is very simple wrapper method, same as the self-training, and it can be applied to almost all existing classifier. And then compared to the self-training, it is less sensitive to mistakes. But the cons, natural feature split might not access. It's probably not access for data, not for every data set. And then in some point, well, model using both features should do better, right? Okay. And there is actually a work by Triguero et al. 2015, which tried to compare between an array of semi-supervised learning, and it was applied in an array of dataset as well. So this is, I just pick one of the result here, comparing the semi-supervised learning with the supervised learning. So here, this is the difference in average test result between outstanding models and C 4.5 and SMO. This two is the supervised learning, and for this case, for this test result, the supervised learning obtain around 79 to probably around 80% on the accuracy using the full training data set, while in the same time using different type of semi-supervised learning, in which in this case self-training, co-training, and democratic co-training and co-bagging. There's actually pretty close. It's not that different. I mean, like just using 10% of the label data, one of the semi-supervised method can obtain around 73% of the accuracy. And when the number of training data is increased up to 40%, the performance also almost similar as the in this case is the SMO or the one of the supervised learning. So we can see here that actually in the time of that the label data is not available, there are not many label data is available, we can use semi-supervised learning, and the performance is quite close to the supervised learning, and then of course it will somehow the advantages of using the semi-supervised learning of we don't need to do the annotation, right? Okay. All right, and then to close this tutorial, actually I would bring this cake, the picture of this cake, and then mentioning the Jan LeCun's cake analogy. I'm sorry for the wrong pronunciation. So Jan LeCun is one of the probably deep learning frontiers. He said in one of the conference, if I'm not mistaken, NIPS in 2016, that most of human and animal learning is unsupervised learning. And then if intelligence is a cake, the bulk of the cake is unsupervised learning. The icing on the cake is supervised learning, and the cherry on the cake is reinforcement learning. So even though in this analogy, the semi-supervised learning is not mentioned, but I want to highlight that in this case, in most of the time, we are more focused on the supervised learning, but it is actually just the icing on the cake, because when we are looking at the real case, the label dataset is scarce, and then while in the same time the number of unlabeled data is available. So in this case, there is area that we should explore here regarding the how we could leverage the unlabeled data. All right, so hopefully this tutorial can provide some kind of research guidance. So we could actually trying to implement NLP for the disaster management or mitigation purpose. In the same time, we also exploring more on the unlabeled data. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And that's all. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yunitasari. Okay, for the participant, if you have any question, you can share your question in the question tab. Okay. Hello, Miss Yunita.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Nice to see you, although this is only a virtual session. Okay.
Yeah, this is my first time seeing Dr. Ade, but unfortunately just online, but it's okay.
Okay, thank you so much for your talk. And before we go to the participant questions, since while waiting, I will try to give question. Maybe it's like the first questions for you regarding the talk. Okay, the first question is, on your presentation, you mentioned several example cases where social media were used to spread the disaster news. However, I didn't find any example from Indonesia. While we knew that we faced some major disasters in past years, is there any related work to disaster response from social media that was conducted in Bahasa Indonesia?
Okay, yeah, it should be very relevant with the Indonesian condition that we are in the ring of fire, and probably we we experience a lot of disaster every year. But in this case, it's probably one of the weakness of our probably still in NLP research is because there's no well documented research or data set that available. So that when I do a little bit research on the NLP for disaster mitigation or management purpose, I just found most of them from Japan.
Okay.
Yep, and some of them also fall from the US because they often to have the tornado season at that time. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not mentioning any Indonesian work for that case, but if I'm not mistaken, it's actually there is any work regarding the Indonesian data set, because if I'm not mistaken, like last semester, I was the examiner of one of the undergraduate student in my university that doing some kind of name entity recognition in the earthquake from Twitter dataset regarding the earthquake.
Okay.
Yeah, but probably the dataset is not shared for public, and also there is no publication for that. So well, probably that's a note for us, the NLP researcher, to be more good in documenting our research in terms of the sharing the dataset or publication.
Yeah. Okay. 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 The next question. Next question from the participant. Is there a thing that can be achieved by natural language but cannot be achieved by only using artificial intelligence? I think. I think the question is more like, is there any work that only rely on natural language processing without artificial intelligence on this disaster sensory?
Okay, I think because NLP itself is part of the AI, right? And then it is closely related. I think most of the even though if we talk about NLP method, it usually divided into rule-based method and also machine learning method. So most of the work in NLP is actually currently using the probably in the earlier stage is using the rule-based method, but lately it's shifted more on the machine learning method. So I guess if the data is available, and then there's a machine learning that probably provide a good prediction. So I guess AI is one of the alternative in NLP. I mean, like it's not separable between the NLP and AI. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I think also with current rapid development of machine learning and AI methods, that most of the research rely on the machine learning or AI method on NLP.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Next questions, I think related to the first question on example cases from Indonesia, or maybe on the language other than English or Japan, because I think Japan include in the like top 5 or top 3 active Twitter users also. That's why maybe in your previous example you mentioned about the example and research on English and Japan. Okay. The next question related to the question on example case on Indonesia. So based on your presentation using semi-supervised learning, of course there must be labeled dataset available. So and how about current research position on non-English dataset. Is there any available dataset in non-English language? If there is no or very rare non-English dataset, is there any approach that will be suitable for conducting the research on that language?
Right. I think, like I mentioned before, that it is probably one of our weakness, especially in the in non-English language, that NLP is not really developed. The research in NLP is not really developed compared to English, of course. But currently there is really a good progress in non-English language regarding the NLP research, including Indonesian language. So I believe that if there is no available like dataset in Indonesian, for example, or non-English dataset, we can actually use the English dataset as the initial dataset to explore this this area. Or if I'm not mistaken, one of the alternative of the machine learning approach is to use transfer learning. So
yes,
we use the, let's say, the English dataset as the initial data to train the algorithm, and then later on we can transfer the model, the trained model, into the probably non-English dataset. That's probably one of the alternatives to, if there is no available data yet.
Okay, so yeah, transfer learning is currently the promising method, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Next question from Mr. Idam Ananta. Okay, is it possible to develop some kind of early warning systems based on NLP?
If the question, it is possible or not, so the answer always yes. Always yes. Probably this is the case when I think I already mentioned in one of the my presentation earlier, that in most of the cases of the disaster, usually people will post the post any kind of tweet or anything regarding the disaster. For example, like if in this if you are in the area of Yogyakarta, or probably east of Java, last, if I'm not mistaken, last Monday we had the earthquake. Yeah, an earthquake, and then when I checked social media, just in the WhatsApp group, some people already mentioning that there is an earthquake. Well, so people kind of like voluntarily like posting about the disaster without yeah, just voluntarily posting about the disaster at the time of the disaster. So I guess there is always a potential to use that kind of tweet as the source to for early warning system.
Okay, so yeah, that's possible maybe for some type of disasters. Okay, that we can, maybe for flood, that it can be a seasonal, or yes, something like that. Okay. Okay, then next question from Mr. Anjar Priyandoyo. I think this is also related to the previous question from Mr. Idam Ananta. He mentioned about what type of disaster that the disaster type is more promising to be detected by NLP, to be detected and to be analyzed using NLP, because each disaster type probably have different characteristics.
All right, that's interesting question. So most of the time that the research that have been done is more on the earthquake, and then earthquake, flood, and also tornado. So I think most of the time any kind of disaster is possible as long as people are still using the social media for reporting the disaster. So I don't think there's a limitation on what kind of disaster that possible to be detected using social media, but as long as the the society is still using social media for reporting any kind of disaster, so it will be possible.
Okay, thank you. Next question, Muhammad Iqbal Habibi. What is the differences of NLP and machine learning? Because they both use training and testing data. This is from Muhammad Iqbal Habibi.
All right. Okay. So that's actually two different. NLP is part of the AI, in which it's try to learn from. It's try to train the computer or the system in order to understand how the natural language works, how human say about the natural language. And if you probably if you have something like a diagram, that part of the AI is of course machine learning. And if I can say that machine learning can be a tools for NLP in order to do the goal of the NLP itself. So like I mentioned before that when we talk about NLP, it can be used it can use the rule-based method, and also it can use the machine learning method. So in this case, machine learning is it's different with NLP, because in this case well, NLP can be analog. If we make an analogy, NLP probably something like image recognition, and the tools is the machine learning itself. So it's just part of the AI that focusing more on learning the human language.
Okay, thank you. This is more explanation on the difference between NLP and machine learning. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next question. I think it's more on the techniques that you presented on your presentation. Okay. You explained about pseudo-labeled data. And when you explain about the pseudo-labeled data, you gave a note that the total number of labeled and unlabeled data is quite different, and the training balance between them is quite important for the network performance. Could you elaborate more about the note? I mean that is there some general guidelines to determine what is the ideal number of labeled versus unlabeled data, or maybe the percentage between them? And also, how about the training balance?
All right. Okay. So this is more regarding on the labeled and unlabeled data. Okay.
Yeah.
So in this case, it's actually we can use as small as probably like 10% of the training data compared to the full training data if in a supervised learning. And then see whether how the performance can be obtained using the amount of labeled data. So in this case, regarding the note about well, of course, in the semi-supervised learning, we expect that the unlabeled data is far more bigger than the labeled data. But what I mentioned here is actually, even though we are using both of the data, we should be try to keep the balance between how the network will be trained on training data and unlabeled data. Sorry, the labeled data and unlabeled data. So that's why I'm mentioning here that the choice of the alpha t, the coefficient that balancing loss of label and label data is very important.
And I think on the formula, the coefficient should be tested empirically. It will be depend on the experiment.
Yeah, I guess it's more like the parameters that we can that can be tuned, like the other hyperparameter in the neural network.
Okay, thank you. The next question also on the technique. And this is maybe just a confirmation. Is code training is similar to ensemble learning approach?
All right. If it is in terms of using more than one classifier, so yes, it is like an ensemble method, but probably the purpose is a bit different. I mean, like in the ensemble method, if we talk about the supervised learning in ensemble method, it usually will take the same input, right? And then it will train for a different classifier, and then prediction somehow will be, if it is in terms of class, usually it will be using maturity voting, or if it is regression, then usually it will be using the mean of the value. But in the multi-view code training, it's a bit different because there are two classifiers here with two different feature sets. So the input is kind of like a bit different. I mean, like the input data is actually different because it will be represented using different feature set as well. And then the pseudo label that predicted by one of the classifier will be used as the training data for the other classifier. So, well, it's more like an ensemble method, but the purpose is kind of like a bit different because this is more related to the semi-supervised learning.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next question. Since we need to respond to disaster as quickly as possible, so if we want to develop the system or application related to disaster response management, what do you think the most important ingredients that we can prepare before? For example, you mentioned on your presentation about an ER or maybe any other else that so that we can prepare before, and then we don't have to like prepare much to perform the detection or sensor to recognize the disaster.
All right. Yeah, I guess that's the probably this is one of the purpose of this talk is why don't we prepare early any kind of NLP tools or data set that we can use just in case we will be facing any disaster in the future. So of course, probably one of the most relevant one is probably when we had a disaster. That's the right time to start collecting the posts or the tweet that related to the disaster. So there will be an abundant tweet or post related to disaster at that time, and then it is a waste if we are not trying to collect them for probably in the time of disaster. Probably there are a lot of things that need to be done at that time, but well, the effort to collecting the data is already one step in order to prepare for, well, any other disaster that might be happen in the future.
Okay, so I think we can prepare some of the ingredients before. Okay. Next question. You mentioned all of the related works. are based on Twitter posts. Okay. Is it related to the phenomena that the most popular social media use as is Twitter, or any other aspect about Twitter posts? Why all of the work on this topic is from tweet?
Okay. Yeah, that's the case. Actually, I mean, like, it is also showing that one of the most popular social media is Twitter, and I believe that there's a segmentation on the user of the social media. I mean, like, probably some of the people that love to post about disaster is more on the Twitter user, while probably the one that love to post about an image is more on the Instagram. And people, yeah, and people with the, I don't know, probably some old generation. Sorry if I say that, still using Facebook, probably because Facebook is kind of like not really popular in the young generation. So it's just a matter of the user segmentation, and it is probably interesting to do the exploration on the segmentation of the user for each of the social media platforms.
Okay, yeah. For example, like you mentioned before, that some people maybe in Indonesia tend to post like a signal of maybe earthquake or else through WhatsApp, right? But is it possible to capture this signal, or maybe this currently it is still not possible to get the signal from other social media channel as fast as Twitter?
I think it is because Twitter is more open to the public than WhatsApp. I mean, like, for in my past knowledge, that WhatsApp is limited to certain group only. So and then I don't know if in terms of the user what to call it, user agreement or something, that probably WhatsApp is more private compared to the Twitter or any other social media. So that's why it's not as popular as Twitter or probably Facebook in this case. And to mention that the posting on Twitter is quite short, but it's long enough in order to describe about an event. When it's like 160 character is still it's long enough, but it's also short enough to be processed by the machine learning. I mean, like, compared to, for example, like people in Facebook that usually post more longer posting than the people in the Twitter.
Yes, okay. Next question. Since I think this disaster response system is quite related to event detection topic. So is it possible to extend the general, maybe is there any general platform on event detection to be tailored to use as the disaster signal system?
Okay, I guess if it is related to event detection, I'm not very sure about the platform, but if we talk about event detection, it is always the first step is on the name entity recognition, right?
Yeah.
You have to recognize the related entities, such as the people or the location that included in the event. So in this case, if it is about name entity recognition, so I guess there's already tools that already available for probably initially developed in English for English language, but then of course we can customize it into Bahasa Indonesia. But for the event detection, I guess because it will be more segmented, depending on what kind of event that we want to detect. For example, that let's say the disaster event between the earthquake and flood is probably different, right? So I guess we can start from the name entity recognition, and it's pretty straightforward to extend it into the event detection.
Okay, yeah. So it is possible to extend from the current platform on English. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The next question is about you mentioned about that the semi-supervised learning approach is the most popular method here, but I think maybe on the last 1 or 2 years the unsupervised method is also emerged in NLP field. Maybe can you share some of unsupervised method that also emerge as the method on disaster detection?
Okay, about unsupervised, I'm not very sure about that question because I myself not really exploring the unsupervised learning at this time. But of course, if we are looking at the NLP, there are lots of there are several unsupervised methods that already that already developed. For example, well, when we talk about the what is the word embedding, so it's already unsupervised, right? But if it is related to disaster, I'm very sorry, I cannot answer the question right now because my exploration is still on the semi-supervised learning at that time. And then it is probably well for the start we can somehow try to start with the semi-supervised learning that only use very small size of level data, and then probably if the case if there is no at all level data, we can extend it into unsupervised learning.
Okay, maybe can we perform like a text clustering first?
Oh yeah, that's always possible for the case. I mean, like the clustering is probably one of the most known and also the easiest one in order to do the some kind of EDA, the data exploration first. But regarding the probably one of the most known unsupervised method that currently very popular is self-supervised learning. Self-supervised learning. That's probably one of the direction that interesting to be explored.
Okay, so it will be a good topic to be explored on self-supervised learning. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And for this disaster detection topic, since is it also related to the concern, like the concern of the maybe the public and also some of the researchers that maybe some of them can be use available data set, and also what can we as a researchers, maybe what can we do to make this topic is more can be implemented, so I mean like for example, so we can now prepare to build an NER for disaster detection system, and then what else that we as a researcher, especially in non-English language, can do to
All right.
perform this research?
Okay. I guess most of the NLP research is always started with creating or developing data set.
Yeah.
I feel like
Okay. So
if there
that's
is
the
no,
first
yeah,
important thing to do. Okay.
yeah, if there is no data set, well, NLP cannot be done. I mean, like, well, that's the object that we want to explore, right? So I think that's the first thing to do. Yeah, it's probably it is very straightforward and quite easy as well to collect the data from the social media, especially as an Indonesian. We are I think the fifth most number, the biggest.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
the biggest
we are
social media
we are in the
users.
fifth line of the social media user in the world. So
Yeah.
that's one of the advantage for us, that we actually have a lot of data to be explored. And of course, that's the raw data. The first thing to do, of course, we have to collect the data and probably do some pre-processing on that data, probably do some effort on annotation, and later on we can start to explore any kind of NLP task.
Okay. So like you mentioned on the step or the pipeline process before the task perform, right? Okay. So after the data collection, you also mentioned about data filtering. Yeah. And based on your literature study, or maybe from your experience, what is the most important task in data filtering that really affect the result of an NLP system?
Okay, because NLP is really related to the context, right? I mean, like language. Language is really related to context. If we talk about language, it is more on the context. So in some cases that people are using like keyword disaster keywords, but not actually in the event of disaster. Just because they are trying to hyperbolize of some kind of thing that they
okay, so it means
for example, like in Indonesian, like air mata. Yeah, that's not
not
something like
the
that.
context
So,
that we want to capture.
Yeah, so that kind of tweet we don't want to capture, but we want something that actually really related to the disaster. So that's very important, because we don't want to collect a rubbish data. I mean, like most of the NLP, or probably in machine learning method, rubbish in, rubbish out. If we have the not really good quality of the input data, most likely that we will have the not really accurate prediction as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and maybe this is the last questions. Since you also mentioned about the available dataset in English is we can access the publicly available dataset in English in the large size. So is it also possible that we can perform the approach based on translated English? If is it possible, and then what is the trade-off, or maybe some of extra work that we should perform so that we can use it?
Okay, yeah, that's always possible, especially if we have some kind of but the thing that we have to be careful is the translation tool, the machine translation needs to be accurate as well. I mean, probably for the current research, let's say Google Translate is already quite powerful, quite accurate for translating from let's say English to Indonesian. But that's always the case that if we use not the main data, I mean like not the main language as the language that we want to explore, there will be a different meaning that probably already different between the original language and also the translated language.
Yeah. Okay, so is it related to the context also, I think?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. We still have a question by Ari. Will this cold training have a significant effect on cases with limited data source? What can we do to anticipate these cases? So is there any effect because we only have small size of label data?
All right. Yeah, I mean, like if you mentioned about code training, and then in general semi-supervised learning, of course, probably in some cases the performance might be lower than supervised learning, as I showed to you in the second last slide. That well, the supervised learning is kind of like the performance or the accuracy is lower than supervised learning, right? But what we want to highlight here is the amount of the training data that used in the semi-supervised learning is very small compared to the size of the dataset that used in the semi-supervised learning. So in this case, the goal is probably more on the well, less effort, but less annotation effort. Less annotation effort, but with almost similar performance like the supervised learning. But of course, still a room for exploration on how to make the performance of the semi-supervised learning become very close or the same as supervised learning.
So the goal is to make the performance as close as possible to the supervised learning. Okay. And what about the current state of the art of the unsupervised learning on this disaster recognition compared to the supervised approach?
Okay. It's actually well, when I try to create this tutorial, it's actually most of the time the research on the disaster NLP on disaster is still on the supervised learning.
Okay.
So that's why, but it is always if you try to look at those paper, there's always almost of the paper mentioning about the annotation effort. Like using volunteers or any crowdsourcing tools. So that's why it's kind of like if you aware that this tutorial is kind of like mixing between the NLP for disaster and then suddenly move to the semi-supervised learning. Yeah, because I think that's the direction that we have to go. If we want to deal with especially disaster area for NLP.
Yeah. Okay. So it will be like a proposal that it is, I think the approach based on semi-supervised learning to tackle the problem of the effort on creating the large label datasets. And I think this idea also can be implemented on the other tasks, especially especially when we still have very small label dataset. Okay. Okay, and so the conclusion is now there is currently no, maybe there is any but not many works on semi-supervised approach on disaster recognition topic. But so this is a really interesting topic. So anyone who interested to do a research on this area, you can try to use this approach, right? Okay. And what about the type of semi-supervised learning approach other than you mentioned here? Why did you pick the semi-supervised learning approach focus on the approach on pseudo label data? Is there any other technique?
Yeah, of course. One of the most comprehensive one, I think the research from the paper that I show the bar chart about the so he was trying to compare an array, so lots of type of semi-supervised learning in different data set. So it's not just self-training and then co-training and also pseudo labeling, but also different, probably some kind of modification of co-training, like democratic co, or there's also reinforced co-training. And then if you are more keen on the deep learning method, so there is modification on the GAN, the generated adversarial
network. Yeah.
So people also exploring that type of architecture to the semi-supervised learning as well.
Okay, thank you so much. And then this is not a question, but I want you to share your advice on everyone who will perform a research on NLP on a disaster topic, or a research on NLP that require an effort to do the annotation or the labeling process. Okay, maybe you can share the advice.
All right. So so it is probably, I mean, like if in the first place, I mean, like we are used to do the experiment with the experimental data set, like already available, for example, from, let's say, Kaggle, UCI machine learning, or any other sources. We are used to be given with some kind of data that's actually quite perfect. I mean, like in terms of
clean data set, right? Yeah.
Clean data set, the class is balanced, and then it's already labeled, and so on and so on. So there are lots. I mean, like the data set is kind of like, it's very perfect. I mean, like when we are trying to do the real case, some kind of a project or something, it is unlikely if we could find any kind of data set with lots of label data.
Yeah.
So probably one of my suggestion is, if we want to explore the semi-supervised learning or unsupervised learning, we can start with the label data first, in order to know how good the semi-supervised learning compared to supervised learning, because the label data is there, so we can check the accuracy. I mean, like the work of Triguero et al. So we use a lot of label data from the UCI machine learning, UCI machine learning, and then most of them already labeled. So that's the exploration here. He could present the accuracy or the performance of the semi-supervised as well. And then once we quite sure with the performance of the semi-supervised learning, we could try to implement it with the real data that doesn't have any label.
Yeah, okay. So please take a note on this suggestion or advice from Miss Unita. Yeah, because it is very often, especially for beginner researchers, maybe like me, when we have to face the real world data set. Oh, yeah, we have to face all of the characteristic that maybe we didn't expect before.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Yunita Sari. So I think this is a very interesting talk and sharing from you. And before we conclude this session, we will have a virtual photo session, okay, for moderator and the speaker, the tutorial speaker, okay? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Yunita Sari. Okay. I hope that we can meet again next
Sure,
time,
yeah.
and of course not virtually. Maybe okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And for all of the attendees, before I close this session, I would like to inform tomorrow's schedule. Okay, so tomorrow we have 4 tutorial sessions starting from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, the first, the morning tutorial will be delivered by Mr. Idam Ananta Timur, and the tutorial title is Toward Autonomous Robot for Disaster Mitigation Support using Deep Reinforcement Learning. This is on room A. The next tutorial session that will be delivered by Mr. Tom Hertzupapto Siadari. The title is Deep Representation Learning for Recognizing Human and Object Interaction. And we will have break from 12 to 1 p.m. Okay, and the next tutorial session at the afternoon session is the first one is new trends in image or video super resolution that will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Haris. And the last tutorial session is deep learning and its application in video analytics that will be delivered by Dr. Liam Kin Ming. Okay, so stay tuned for the next tutorial sessions, and I hope that all of us can have many benefits from attending these sessions in ICOICT conference. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. See you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
behave you can do with the solution in this area that your brilliant mind can help. Thank you for watching.